Alrighty, let me know if anyone's here and if you can hear me. Regrettably, I do not have a can of diet soda for this particular stream. But hey, fuck it. You don't need one for every single one, right? Right? Hello Penguin question mark, Dreamlike, Celasin, Augmented Twitch.television, ND, Big Loogie, Ty81, Rangifer, Transcendent Gauss. What's going on, fellas? How are those cocks? Hello Mooksy. Hello Leaton. What's up, Big Werewolf? Andrew 2327. Splitting underscore. Ryan Charge. Cavatimpo. Dodongos. Bruce Iron Staunch. Roaming so hard. Yeah, I feel like we're going to be roaming forever at this rate, bro. It's never going to end. Hello, Richter. It's going to be Rome 0120 and Keeney and Sabrini forever. And thank you, Mothman, for the 65-month resub. Almost shooted in my shorts when I got that notif. Well, thank you, brother. Hello, Charizard, Otterbug, Ghost by Go. Hope you feel better, dude. Hello, Jeff, Quetzalcoatl. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get sick and die soon, because I have not gotten sick in almost 2 years. So, when it hits me, it's going to hit me. Hello, Karakthu, Ilrath, Luminous Emerald. Thank you for the 54 months. Hello, Bubbadook, Trash Snake, Linux Maximus. My week has been dog shit, but thank you for asking. It's been a long week. Hello, Cry, EG, No Nut, Spell Sling. Hooey. Can't wait for this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make too much more progress in this one, Pimps. Like, I've been playing on and off, but I really have not made all that much progress. And those YouTube video essays are starting to come out where I don't think it's a mystery anymore, if it ever was. Hello, Femboy Bangers, Obey Minx, Glitchy Bug. Hope your cat feels better. Pretty sure I'm going to get sick because I got the flu shot when everyone started getting sick. So double dipping. Hello, Microtonal Matt. The Rome essays, yes. Hello, Galactic Anthropologist. Thank you for the 72-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, Jank Fett. Jerkops, Heather Hoot. Little Poppy. Abby Darling. Ay. Man, I don't even know what the fuck what has happened in the last week. Once more finding a Bucky like and everyone following you. Well, I think I was the first English speaker. There were definitely people in France who found it out first. But as far as the English-speaking motherfuckers, I do think I was actually the first one this time. Hello, Logan 2131. What's up, dude? Thank you for the 111. Hello, Heather Hoot. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it, dogs. Having to change things 5 times? Yeah, I don't even know where to start. It's all just like annoying shit, though. Like, nothing impactful or significant has really happened that I can recall. I'm on a 5-day weekend. I based my entire work schedule around getting Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday off so I could play the RuneScape bingo thing. Hello, Pearl. But now I'm really burnt out on RuneScape. I don't even want to look at RuneScape. Like, I basically finished it, and now I'm just... I don't know. It's time to go back to you guys, I guess. No, I have not solved the anagram. I have made next to no progress since last time. Hello, Clay Young. Hello, Syphonia. Thank you. Opossum Brothel. Thank you for 31 months. Got addicted to an Idle Games demo and everything feels weird. Thank you, Beliedle, for the 6 months in advance. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I guess at work, there was a huge-ass turtle running around in the garden center that I had to apprehend. Big motherfucker. I had to like pick him up and go. He wasn't someone's pet. He had like a fucked up shell, had like stuff growing on it, like moss. So I made sure it wasn't an invasive turtle, and I ended up like putting him in a pond nearby, like literally less than a mile away. So, because if he was in there, someone would have fucking crushed him probably. Hello, ABC. Did you see that they made a cute anime figure of Anya from Mouthwashing? No, I don't look at cute anime figurines. You have a photo? Yeah, I do. I ain't going to upload it, though. You're just going to have to take my word for it. Hello, Prince Dogwater. Dog's been growling at this one house. It's been on sale for a long time now. I think it's haunted. Young Gravy concert. What the fuck is Young Gravy? Try dial a number into it with the numpad. Maybe... what the name convert to if they were a phone number, but that seems insane. I don't know what the fuck to do, bro. I'm going to be completely honest. I have some ideas that I'm going to explore, but I'm going to give you a forewarning. This one's probably going to be shit. Like, in terms of how much progress we make in the video game. Because, like, I really want to solve it on my own, but it's also, like, where's the line where it's already at the point where it's like, okay, well, how long are people going to be interested? I should probably really just, like, let people help at this point, because it's been 3 weeks and, you know, I'm not sure I'm going to make much more headway on my own. It is an ARG, so there could be things pertaining to that. I know for one of the puzzles we had to find a YouTube link. This anagram thing in particular is fucked up. I think I'm really close to the anagram, funnily enough, but, like, close doesn't count. And I'm close in the sense that I have something legible, not close in the sense that it's actually what it's supposed to be. I don't know how common it is for anagrams to have multiple legible solutions across 3 sentences. It doesn't seem like it's particularly likely, but we'll see. Thank you, Broham, for the 65-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, Death Has You. Angel Horror. AI French is funny. Close one that counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Dude, Teosita was fucking AIDS, bro. Like, yeah, here's a demon language that you have to translate into Portuguese that you have to translate into English. That was fucked up. Hello, Skiui. Wow, I feel like a lot has happened in this last week that I was going to talk about, but I'm, like, completely drawing blanks. Probably because I've been trying to solve an anagram for the past 3 hours. I got some monster nasty beast and went on a 3-day drinking bender with RuneScape, so that's probably why I don't remember a lot, because, like, the last 3 days I've been drinking, like, constantly, dude. So, you know, first day sober in a while. Not normally a big drinker, but I'm like, fuck it, dude, I want to have some fun. And I ate Cheez-Its and drank Alcoholic Monster, and it gave me perhaps the worst heartburn in my life. I felt like my stomach had, like, volcanic magma inside of it, which I think that means I should stop doing that, probably. I drank a bunch of sojo 2 nights ago and ended up getting horrible stomach pain. Hello, Hagman 69,420. Jesus Christ, what has happened this week? I know shit has happened. No, they just make it, Trash Snake. It's called Nasty Beast. It's like the Monster tea with alcohol in it. It just tastes like Monster. I don't think it has caffeine in it, though. Cheez-Its fell off harder than Cactus Jack. I don't know what the fuck that means. I watched a YouTuber review all of Onision's books, and surprisingly enough, I think Onision's books were dog shit. They weren't very good, but her videos were nice to watch. I watched 2 movies, actually, this week. I watched Talk to Me and Bring Her Back, which, both good. Enjoyed both of them a lot. Not normally a movie person, but it was a good time. Thank you, Clergy, for the 77-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. No idea what those are. Well, one of the things here, I'll show you. The reason I actually wanted to watch Bring Her Back, let me see if I can fucking find it, is because they had, like, viral marketing where there's, like, an ARG website. Let me see if I can find the website. I don't have it saved. My bad. Okay. Let's see if this will work in the OBS browser. I guess mild spoilers for the aforementioned movies. But this shit right here is why I wanted to watch them, because I get a boner for this sort of thing. That is not what is supposed to be on this website. Okay, well, you know what? This website's formatting doesn't work very well in the OBS browser, but fuck it. Thank you, Husiver, for the 35-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bofin, for the 76 months. It's got like all these fucked up images. Yeah, like this shit. It's called, the website, if you want to look at it, is blackangeltapes.net. And it's tied in with the movie, where like even characters from the movie leave comments on the website. It's pretty cool. It's neat. It looks a lot better when you're actually using it in a browser that can load all of the side elements too. I will say. Just a tiny touch better. Didn't make sense in hindsight, but it was a decent movie. I was thinking how many things didn't make sense in the moment, but make a lot more sense in retrospect. Like, spoiler alert for Bring Her Back. The part where she cuts the fucking dad's hair off at the funeral to feed it to the demon so that it can mimic the father in the shower. Like, that's why he saw his father in the shower, is because she fed the boy the little lock of hair. And that started making me think about Rome, because Rome also has a lock of hair. I wonder if I have to feed it to the boy. I really hate this game. Thank you, Shades of Grey, for the 74 months. Can I get the birthday special? Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, you Shades of Grey. Happy birthday to you. Overrated? No, I don't think so. I thought it was pretty good, but I don't watch that many horror movies. I have I have someone's HBO Max account now, so I'm thinking of watching some other shit, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm this sort of lazy fuck that has to like will myself to watch a movie. What was the worst horror movie you watched? Babadook. Easy. Not even fucking close. Babadook 100 fucking times Babadook. I would rather watch Skinamarink on repeat while on Benadryl 10 times in a row than Babadook once. Fuck that movie. That movie pissed me off. The Febreze commercials during that movie was pretty funny. Roommates were watching that last night. What the fuck was that movie even about? I mean, I guess I'm gonna spoil the whole fucking movie. Spoilers for Bring Her Back. A woman's daughter is like blind and ends up falling in the pool and drowning. And so she hatches this elaborate plot to kidnap a child, perform a ritual to allow a demon to inhabit said child for the purpose of the demon eating the corpse of her daughter and regurgitating it into another third child that she adopts. He's like a foster parent for a third child. And the idea is the demon regurgitates the soul of her dead daughter into the foster child and resurrects her daughter. That's the general premise of it. Sounds like an itch game. I gotta say, Autumn got me this thing from 7 Brew, and it feels like I'm drinking alcohol. I don't know. I don't think there's alcohol in this. I'm pretty sure 7 Brew doesn't do that. But it's I don't know, man. It's pretty disturbing at times. Yeah, the part where they took the kid took a knife and started like cutting his teeth out and biting on the desk and getting splinters in his gums and shit was pretty gnarly. Autumn was closing her eyes. Autumn can't take gory stuff. Man was chomping that knife. I mean, we've all wanted to do it before. You get like that little bit of food stuck between your teeth and you want to take a knife and just like slice several of your teeth out. It's just a very human feeling, I think. Yeah, my teeth hurt after that movie. Definitely didn't have anything to do with the copious amounts of like Nerds gummy clusters I've been eating. It was definitely the movie. Shit. My things have been pretty goddamn boring lately. I don't have a lot to talk about, I guess. Work was irritating because I wanted to work ahead to get everything done so I could play RuneScape. So I got almost all of my shit that we had to do this week done on Sunday. which I was very happy about. We were way ahead of the curve, super fucking ahead of the curve, and my boss had sent out like these instructions that we followed to the letter, right? Well, of course, the next day they're like, okay, we're actually doing complete opposite. We need to move this to the opposite table. So I had to redo all of it on Monday, which was very enjoyable. I really liked that. I guess work is work. Like, I don't get that pissy about having to redo things because, like, yeah, it's stupid and annoying, but everything we do is stupid and annoying. So, like, who gives a shit what kind of stupid and annoying it is my take on it. Yeah, it was pretty stupid and annoying. A little Midnight X9. Eating Nerds Clusters right now. They're gangster. They're pretty good. I think I'm going to get diabetes. I've been eating a lot more sweet shit lately, so... any news on the promotion? I'm pretty sure last time I was asked about this, I said I don't really want to talk about it right now because there's stuff going on, but I'm not going to like mention it until it's finalized, and I'm going to be talking about that in December with the head of the company. Hello, Weisman. But right now, I'm not trying to be promoted. I'm trying to get somewhere else, and hopefully that also comes with a promotion. Got my 99 consort, and my God, is it a huge bump? Yeah, it's pretty good. 10 pounds of Nerds Gummy Clusters? Holy shit. I think that would be tantamount to suicide for me. 10 fucking pounds of Nerds Gummy Clusters? I'd eat that shit in a day and die, bro. What the fuck, man? That's a little too much. That's a little too much, I think. Here's hoping it works out. Well, if it doesn't, then I'm probably quitting. So one way or another, it's going to be a change. Can't eat more than 5 of those things at a time. Really, I could eat like an entire pack. I have to hide them from myself. Like, I have to, like, okay, I've eaten half the bag. I need to throw this, like, on the other side of the room so it's not in arm's reach. And I have to get up and get it. I thank you, Oregon Death Race, for the 20 months. Appreciate it. New cherry lemonade flavor is really good. It is. That's my favorite. Because I used to love the cherry lemonade regular Nerds back when I was a kid. So, I'm pretty happy. Any ideas on other work you'd pursue if you did quit? Oh, just subathon, bro. What do you mean? I'm going to get my VTuber avatar and I'm going to be like, oh my God, you guys are all looking so kawaii, desu, handsome, Ichiban today. Give me money. That's what I would pursue, I think. I'd be a VTuber. And you say like the fruit Tootsie Rolls? Only the vanilla ones. I do not like any other. And I kind of fucking hate the sour Tootsie Rolls, even the vanilla ones already. Because sometimes they get like a little bit of lime in them. And it pisses me off. Like the flavor machine gets mixed up and has like a little bit of lime residue or something in the vanilla Tootsie Roll. And that makes me mad. Choco Tootsies are the best? Nah. Would your VTuber avatar be a femboy or a girl? Are those the only 2 fucking options? I can't just be a guy. I have to be either a femboy or a girl. That's fucking stupid. What if I wanted to be like a big ass like sick Gundam or something, or like a big suit of armor? Why do I have to be like just something breedable? Usually hate when things get stuck in my teeth, but I kind of like when Tootsie Rolls get stuck in mine. Gundam femboy? No. Gundams are ride by femboys. They only let baby furs on the front page. Twitch has banned a diaper tiger VTuber. You would be an urban mag. That's still like one of the most reprehensible people I've ever fucking seen on Twitch.television. That is like the Antichrist for my person. Thank you, Leaton, for the 71 months. I think the maddest I've ever gotten at another streamer was when we were all playing Mech Warrior Online a couple years ago. There was one of those idiots who have like the Twitch.tv name in the fucking match. And in Mech Warrior, you have only one life. In a match of Mech Warrior, if 9 people die on a team of 10, everyone has to wait until the 10th dies before we can go and play another game, alright? That's how that game works. And so, of course, this fucking loser was just like in a shitty urban mech with dumb weapons. and was completely ineffectual and was just like hiding in the back the entire time instead of doing anything productive in combat. And that's fine. It happens. People play different styles, you know. But when all of us died, he went and like found some obscure little part of the map and was like shut down his mech. And when people do this, it means that the opposing team has to go on like a 30-minute long scavenger hunt for the idiot. And it's completely unfun for everybody except like the one person hiding away. So I was like, okay, let's see what this dude's... Like, I went to his stream and he was like this fucking bear VTuber. I'm just like, oh my god. this is like the worst person I've ever seen. And I'm like, okay, I told everyone I was playing MechWarrior with at the time, hey, if you play with this guy, team kill him, because you can team kill in that game. Like, if you see this bear VTuber, we gotta blast him, because... And it's not even like negative gaming on my part, because if we go in and we try to fight and like on the off chance we lose but he survives, he's going to make us wait 20 minutes for a game, so let's just blow him away. It's from a utilitarian perspective, it is a good thing to do that, because if there's 19 other people and he goes and hides for 10 minutes, then that's a collective of 3 hours of human time wasted. So yeah, he might have to sit down for 10 minutes and that might suck for him, but more people get more positivity from him not being there. So we need to just kill him in the game, not in real life. I wouldn't advocate killing people in real life, but I had like a list of people that did annoying shit like that, where if I was on a team with them, I would immediately tell my dudes, my gaggle of rats, like, blow him up. He needs to be our Sasha Grey. I want you to bukkake that fucker now. And they would usually do it. They would usually listen to me and kill our teammates. And that way I didn't get in trouble, because I'm not the one who would get the final blow. So, you know, very positive gamer. Hello, Kid Proco. Hello, Pop-Tart the King. Remember that one guy everyone would queue with who just... Yeah, there was this guy named Q Continuum who was like the worst fucking player ever. Which is fine. You know? It's not a moral failing to be bad at video games, but he would say the dumbest shit ever. He would go in by himself and die every game and start shit-talking like, why aren't you guys grouping up? They're bogeys on Charlie... Unicorn Foxtrot, like blah 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 blah. And I really liked that guy, actually. He was funny because he would talk hellish shit and make people mad, but he wouldn't waste anyone's time. He would always be the first person in a map to die every fucking time, no matter whose team he was on. He would just run up and die. And if you looked him up on the stats site, he had a KD ratio of like 0.05 or some shit, which is insane. That's fucking crazy. Like, honestly, in that game, if you don't have a 2 KDA, you're griefing. Straight up. It is so easy to get, like, massive KDAs in that game. Did he stay on objective? No. No, I don't know what he did. Hello, Siamese Sneeze. MechWarrior Online probably has like the highest number of mentally ill people I've ever seen in the general populace of an online multiplayer game. And it's fascinating. It's a different flavor of mentally ill from like the Dead by Daylight, you were playing a strategy that I do not like, so kill yourself kind of toxicity. But more like 60-year-old retirees trying to like roleplay as army generals and getting really mad if you said let's go ladies and like reporting you for doing that. The quickest way to piss people off in that game, like get a mech with like flag colors, like the LGBT flag or something like that, and people are gonna get upset. It's really funny, dude. But like, I feel like usually I'm biased. I'm very biased. Did I thank you, Salvatore? Thank you for the 55 months, bro. Extraordinarily fucking biased. But I think oftentimes, a lot of people are not going to like this, but the toxic people tend to be better than the not toxic people at the game. Usually. Not always, but usually that is the case. Even if they're an insufferable dickhead, it's just because their level of care about the game is oftentimes an order of magnitude above the casual player. This isn't a universal rule. There's always going to be like toxic idiots who are really shit too. But generally speaking, that is the case, except in MechWarrior. In MechWarrior, it's the opposite, dude. The ones who are annoying are by far the worst demographic of player, and it's not even fucking close. It's crazy. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people. I'm talking a demographic. They are described as the mech dads in the community because they're literally like old retirees who are hard of hearing, trying to like boss everyone around on voice comms, and then like in their mind they're the general. They're the 3-star general or whatever the fuck military rank, and they're like, okay, the general has to be the leader, and they charge out into the field and immediately die because no one follows the stupid shit they're saying. And then it's everybody else's fault. It's crazy. It's really a unique experience. And I love it. It's great. I really hope that that game never dies because it's really, really strange in terms of the demographics of people who play it. Thank you, Raider, for the 33-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. They've made the game their whole personality. Oh, shit. I don't know why, but there's more effective advertising than what any major game gets. MechWarrior is like... That game sucks dick, but it sucks dick in a good way. You know what I'm saying? We all have that game we like where you can't really argue that it's a genuinely good, like masterfully designed video game, but that's your dog shit. That's your slop. Now, speaking of slop, Cooler Matt has developed a new habit. He sends me, like... I guess Ketsuki has discovered AI video game dev. So we're going to watch a few videos. Because I think you're really going to like them. I know I've been enjoying it. Let me see. Okay. So I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know you could make, like, AI animations with models and whatnot. Honestly, don't hate me, but it's kind of neat. But Ketsukis are, they're interesting. Let's see. Let me get this up here. Thank you for 1,000 subscribers. So, that was an amazing video. I think we can all agree. All the subscribers are coming right now. Thank you, Cynical Dude, for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I think that might be the definitive example of AI. It gives them the power. It gives people who cannot spell subscribers to make animations like that in the blink of an eye. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. You could be like unable to spell the word subscribers, which is literally spelt out for you like every 5 seconds on YouTube, and make something that's an animation. So I don't know. Maybe it's time for me to be a game dev. Maybe I could utilize AI. Maybe I could be like Ketsuki, bro. Thank you, Cynical Dude, for gifting a sub to ND. I appreciate it. Fucking bet the OC he claims he made is AI. Well, I actually think Ketsuki is an AI. Like, just straight up. I'm convinced that they're not a real person. I'm sorry. I'm like the worst streamer ever because like this conversation reminded me that while I was drunk, I made another comment on their itch.io page. And I said, you should use your Ketsuki model to be a VTuber. I bet you could make a lot of money for the game that way. And they said, I know. Maybe one day I have barely any time as it is, being a hardcore gamer and game dev and YouTuber at the same time. Plus everyday chores, job, family, and more. Really is a lot to manage already. I like how, like, the number one on the priorities is the hardcore gamer, not the YouTube, not the game, but like being a hardcore gamer. I'm kind of like warming up to Ketsuki. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I'm like totally taking the piss, but like I don't know, dude. Like I'm kind of Stockholming myself into liking this person. Like, sorry, I can't be a VTuber. I'm too busy being a hardcore gamer. That's kind of fucking based. That's kind of fucking based. I'm not gonna lie to you. They don't have a family though. There's no way. There's no way, dude. No way. Like all the other shit, fine, but like, there's no way you have a family. I also need to show you a video. I need you to go on an explorative effort with me because there's this new meme where people say 6, 7 and do this thing with their hands. There's a South Park episode about it. And I was curious what the fuck was going on with it. So I decided to go do some YouTube digging, and I found maybe my favorite video I've seen in a while. Thank you, Genius Kojumbo, for the 54-month resub. I appreciate it. That's Rome 0120. I found it. I found the anagram. Type 1 doppelganger. The kids are gonna be alright, dude. I don't know what the fuck this is. I have no idea why he's like a naked mole rat. I'm starting to get the old man that doesn't understand things. I don't understand it either, but I think I think this one's fucking funny. That video makes me laugh. Thank you, Miyukuki, for 5-year resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. SCP-067 got to be one of the most obscure of the OG series. Thank you, Tired Sloth, for the 26 months. I appreciate it, dude. I had to go out of Lurky to say what in Gyat Skibbity Earth is. I have no fucking idea. It's 6-7, bro. 6-7. So if you're in a, God forbid, in an environment where you're around children who say that shit, this is what it is referring to. I actually feel like the explanation leaves more questions than answers. But, hey, sometimes it's just how life is. I really do be that way. Can I have the link to that? Yeah, one sec. It's a line from a song, I think. It's a song and refers to shooting someone. Would you guys ever shoot someone? I don't think any of my little cherub viewers would ever shoot another human being. There were people in Soul Wars saying 6-7, and I was so confused. Yes, with a camera if I had to. Yes, only if it was to myself. Buddies of mine are teachers and have banned 6-7 from being said in their classroom. Well, if it's a kindergarten class, that sounds like it's going to be a difficult teaching experience. Already have with a camera. My job description. I would, but I really don't want to. I'd shoot someone in the leg, maybe. Yeah, you want to cripple them. You don't want to kill them. You just want them to be in a wheelchair. Awesome. Miyukuki's a fucking terrorist. You don't want to load a smooth bore rifle? No, I kind of want to sleep, dude. That's what I want to do. That's what I enjoy. I slept in so late today. I woke up at 11:30, and that's crazy nowadays. There was a time when I would, being a Marine, drinking Christian conservative Kool-Aid. Shot in the leg is a good way to bleed out real fast. Depends where you get shot in the leg. I have a feeling that Miwakuki's going to shoot the knees. I already said that I will never shoot a gun unless I shoot myself. Jesus Christ. We should ban guns and enforce long swords. I agree. I think the world would be a better place if we had to carry around like medieval weapons and fight each other in melee combat. I think it would be a lot nicer. A lot more polite of a society. Hello, Ildaka. 4 a.m. Bloodborne that was like 4 a.m., bro. I would fucking stream until like 9 in the morning. 4 a.m. is nothing too terrible. You got to remember, back in 2015, I started the stream at midnight. And I'd go for 8 hours frequently back then. So like 12 to 8 a.m. used to be the time slot. Can you fucking imagine that now? Hello, walkie-talkie robot. Hell no, man. I really think I will make the world a better place by shooting people. Then I am probably one of the people that needs to be shot too. Women exist. They have an unfair disadvantage. Well, I guess that's fine. Women have Curse of Red, Bad Spawn. I remember making one of your old offline streams and having to figure out how to display the start time so it makes sense to people in different time zones. Keeney and Sabrini continuing next weekend. So, I fixed it. I started a new playthrough of Keeney and Sabrini and played all the way back to the Sonichu DLC, and it does work. It doesn't crash on startup. I think my hypothesis on why it wasn't working last time was because I cheated to get out of the DLC in the sense of like I used the glitch to leave instead of leaving the normal way so that I could keep the monkey character. And my suspicion is that is why there were crashes in that DLC. I don't know that for a fact, but that makes the most sense to me. But yeah, it's all good to go for whenever I want to play that again. Scripting for events got fucked. Yeah, that's what I think. Hello, regular Matt 99. Those crashes were something else. Well, on the bright side, it means I have an OC original character that has the ability where you boost your stats permanently upon consuming drugs. So he's got like 9999 HP, like fucking 9,000 mana, 999 attack, 999 defense. So should be able to just bullshit through everything now. Like I have an obscenely strong character, so fights won't take 100 years. That's the hope, at least. Hello, listen, angelic. Lots of nines, you know it. Hello, Schrodinger's hamster. Gonna make your own game? How much is it gonna cost? I'm not gonna make anything, bro. Me make something? Can we not side with the furries? You really would rather be on like a Halo Marine Corps squad than some degenerate sick fuck furries with huge cocks? I don't know. I feel like the furries will open up better opportunities. I think it'd be funny. Hello, Distapler. I doubt it's a super important event one way or another, though. I'll probably look at their stats and determine which is the better fit for the team. We can do both. I really don't want to play that game too much longer. Feel like it's a little bit played out at this point. I really hope that DLC is as good as I'm hoping it is, because it had like an X-Ross Generation style anime opening, and it seems like it's going to be the most degenerate thing I've ever played, easily. It's going to make the police adventure in Cattle Castle seem like quaint little jogs through the woods, I guess. From my personal experiences, furries tend to be the best of the strange people to interact with. I haven't had too many issues with furries. I've noticed that in my anecdotal lived experience, furries tend to fall into one of two categories. Either like otherwise reasonably adjusted like tech workers who live in like the Pacific Northwest, that's the majority of them, or the most annoying person you've ever met. And it doesn't seem like there's that much in between. It's either like the consummate professional who likes to yiff on the weekends, or just like Tom Clancy full spectrum warrior. One of the two, always. Many anime enjoyers tend not to be great to interact with. I think too many people who I would generally disagree with hate furries. For me to be about it is more than a joke. Yeah, I don't like furries. Don't occupy any of my brain space. I think they're relatively harmless compared to many other groups of people these days, but they are very funny. They're never going to stop being the butt of jokes, because just dressing up as like a fucking Jaximus the Hedgehog is innately a very funny thing. Can we at least hate? I mean, you're allowed to hate whoever you want. Like, don't let me tell you who you can and can't have disdain for. I don't hate any group of people except for people who try to merge without turning their fucking blinkers on and running me off of the road. So I guess pickup truck drivers. But only a subset of the pickup truck drivers. It's a specific kind of truck. Thank you, President Chicken, for the 92-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Gasiaka, for the 33 months. I've almost been run off the road like a dozen times since I moved here a year ago. And I'm not talking like this sort of like shit where your mom is in the passenger seat and someone just like accidentally veers an inch into your lane and goes, I'm talking like I legitimately have to like slam my fucking brakes because I am about to be like knocked off of the road by truck drivers. So it's not my favorite thing in the world. My fucking mom does that. People who block the aisle at the grocery store inside when you ask them to move. Usually I just go somewhere else and make a note mentally to come back there because I have no patience to wait. I'm genuinely... oh, no, it's not starting for me. I've been prejudiced against truck drivers for a while. Hello, DJ Lockster. Would you date an anthropomorphic animal person? No. That's weird. Sign the papers to own one, you automatically get snip. Thank you, Jenna Yu, for the 56 months. Ayaya, 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 ayaya. Ayaya, 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 ayaya. Ayaya, ayaya. Aya, 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 ayaya, 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 ayaya. Thank you very much for that heartfelt message. Truly, don't know what we would do without you. Sounds like one of the suburbs I used to live in. Drunk and aggressive drivers constantly out in their trucks at night, tailgating anyone not going 20 miles over the limit. Yeah, basically. 18-wheelers start to merge into my lane when I'm directly to his left. I honk my horn. He had the gall to honk back at me. Yeah, you can... There's just something wrong with people, man. It's truck drivers, pickup truck drivers, and SUV moms. SUV moms don't get enough shit. Honestly, most of the stuff that's said about truck drivers, true. But it's sexism towards men because SUV drivers are like the women equivalent of the fucking testosterone truck driver. Shit's horrible, bro. Those motherfuckers have been getting a pass for far too long. The humble gal, SUV moms are the worst easily. SUV mom cut me off and flipped me off. Yeah, they're fucking crazy, dude. Estrogen SUV drivers. I think the scariest type of driver, though, is the male SUV driver. Woman driver's not a meme, dude. All women have absurd road rage. Okay, I don't think that's true. the SUV drivers. So there's something about being in a big vehicle that puts you at like a higher level physically than many of the other vehicles on the road that does something to people's brains. Why do SUV drivers act like they're in Formula One and push that thing to 120 with 4 kids in the car? Well, a lot of the rationale for buying the SUVs in those big vehicles is so that they can win if they get into an accident, meaning that they'll be the one that gets damaged the least. It's not a super common mentality, but there's definitely a subset of people who just want to have the biggest thing possible for that reason. Someone tries to merge without using their blinker, I speed up so they can't get over. Well, it can be very tempting to do that. Like, that is aggressive behavior. You should be defensive. Because that's all fun and games, Jenna, until you piss the wrong person off and they follow you to your house and shoot you. Everyone's really stressed out these days. You should try to be patient just so you don't, end up being on the other end of a sicko. Hello, Mian. Every woman I know is also autistic, so maybe it's just autistic rage. Wow. Autistic rage being used non-ironically in my chat. That's impressive. Want Tony Pizza to go sicko mode? Sister did that. She got a truck that the grill's nearly 5 feet tall just to protect her kids in a car crash. Jenna says strapped in more ways than one. Would you guys feel comfortable being in the past? Okay. Quick chat poll. You're lost in the outback. The Australian outback. I'm going to pull a Pop-Tart hypothetical on you guys. You're stranded alone in the Australian outback. It is the morning and you know that in 2 to 3 hours the temperature will be 1,752 degrees. You can choose to ride shotgun with either Jenna or Tolomeo. Who do you pick to drive you to safety? I would fall out to a car. Jenna, you can't say me, bro. Sorry, Jenna, I kill myself. Alright, well, I'm picking Jenna. I feel bad everyone's saying me, so I pick Jenna. I think that'd be fun. Just hope that Tolomeo doesn't start I would never carjack with someone in the fucking passenger seat, dude. Come on. Not a monster. And Jenna would be fun. Why not? Nobody wants to, get jizzed on in the car. What the fuck? At least not like that. Express you drive a lot safer with people in the car than on your own? I mean, yeah. I can defend myself from Jenna, but I can't guarantee that with you. What the fuck am I gonna do? I'm gonna attack you? I'm gonna mug you in the Australian outback and leave you to die? What the fuck? If you're really worried about that, I'd be more worried about Jenna. Personally. Because Jenna needs those MapleStory bucks. I don't give a shit about MapleStory. I'm not gonna kill you for freemium video game currency. Alright? I would kill you if you were shitting in my car. Maybe then I'd be like, okay, this guy's gotta go. Maple Bucks, Truth Nuke, is this a complex bear in the woods situation? Yeah, I guess so. Question is, why are you in Australia? I don't know. RuneScape, I pay for that shit a year at a time, bro. I got 300 days left, so... Cars where I shit, dude. Don't shame me. Imagine renting a cyber shirt for 30 days for $50 on a pixel game. Kidnap me and is forcing me to farm agility and rune crafting. That actually does sound like something I would do. Thank you, Zig25. Or not, sorry. I mean, thank you for being here, bro. Hello. My wires are crossed. I need more sleep, bro. But in this RuneScape bingo event, you get all of these tiles. And I only had 2 left when I decided I was bored. One of them involved training agility. Even with 14 times the normal agility rate, I was just like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I'm just going to stop playing. So that's how much I love agility. And Osiris pisses me off. Like, I love Osiris, Monochrome Guardian. He's my boy. But he'll say shit in the clan chat that makes, like, okay, if I picked Osiris up in the Outback, I might leave him there. Because he'll say, I would rather do agility than Slayer. And it's like, bro, I love you, but what the fuck are you talking about? You are just spouting, like, cognito hazard sentences at me right now. What the fuck do you mean you would rather do agility than actually fighting shit? Thank you, Most Average, for the 54-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Slayer, fuck, that's such a broccoli head zoomer thing, bro. Like, Slayer only sucks if you're just like a 5 IQ, have to follow the meta, fucking like, I only have to do cannon tasks sort of shit. Like, I don't know. You can literally, if you hate Slayer, you just fucking hate PVM, bro. Because if you aren't obsessed with like playing optimally and efficiently, you could just do like bosses, which are the fun part of the game for most people. You don't have to go and cannon smoke devils for 30 fucking hours in a row. That's like you making it annoying just for the sake of efficiency, right? That's what fucking freaks me out about it, is every time someone's talking about how bad Slayer is, they're training it in like the most irritating way possible. That's not really like comparable to agility, because agility just sucks no matter what you do. Like, there's no fun agility. I guess like you could do the barbarian fishing for like a pittance of agility experience, and that's probably the most tolerable way to train it. It also sucks early game, I'll give you that. Like when you're like pre-level 70 Slayer and you get crocodiles, that shit does suck. I won't lie. But it still does not suck as much as agility. That's the part where I'm specifically like, what the fuck, dude? And it's crazy because maybe I'm a little bitter. Maybe it's the nostalgia in me. But I remember there was like a period of time at the beginning of OSRS / the end of original RuneScape where Slayer was almost universally agreed upon to be the best, most enjoyable skill. And I really think that's why this obsession with playing the game like it's a spreadsheet and only doing things that give you the absolute highest XP per hour has made people hate it. Because when you do play Slayer like that, it sucks ass. It is not fun at all. And it just, I don't know, man. We just got to enjoy the journey and stop worrying about efficiency. Where it's like everything is retail now. Thoughts on RSU mining and smithing? It's great. It's so much fucking better than OSRS's equivalent. One thing about OSRS that is kind of whack is they're just turning every skill into a fucking mini game now. You got like the Giants Foundry, the Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm certain the Sepulcher for agility. Although for agility, that one makes a lot more sense. And those aren't bad things necessarily, but everything's becoming a mini game. I love flinching KQ Queen from... I didn't do that, dude. I went to the Inferno and killed the 360 so I could just get like Dodongo combat stats and fuck everything in the mouth. RSV archaeology was nice, but now everything is archaeology. Even tried RS3. I think RS3 gets a bad rap. There's a lot of dog shit things about it. But if you play... The thing with RS3 is you have to play it as an Iron Man. Because if you don't, then they try to fucking get you and scam you for the premium bullshit constantly. Like every quest you finish gives you like free spins on the wheel. But you don't get any of that you cannot do the microtransaction shit as an Iron Man. So like, not only is it more fun to play Iron Man in that game in particular, but it removes basically like all of the shitty advertisement stuff in RS3. So one of the biggest issues with that game is removed just by picking that game mode. The rune crafting game, no, it is fun. It's much better. Like, it's not necessarily a criticism. It's just interesting how, like, in RuneScape 3, they solved the skilling issue by making every skill just shit out like 100, 200, 300,000 XP an hour. And in OSRS, it's just like, let's make this shit into a mini game. Lamau. Maxed on RS3 Iron Man, found a die and converted it to sell it for bonds or credit a lot. Damn, dude. Thank you, Third World Weeb. Play normie because I like crashing the economy with 12,388,934 super Seratum and brew flasks. Brainstorming this PNG clicker. Well, today's stream is going to be awful. I've already, I've been needlessly aggressive. I said that like not liking Slayer was Zoomer. That's not true. I just really like Slayer. I shouldn't be that way. But I do think that the people who say that often tend to be... I know Osiris is pissed because he's trying to get his imbued heart. But I really like Slayer because there's a lot of fucking variety once you get into it. And that's not the case for most skills. Hello, Lululand, Boduncle, Potato Princess. Thank you for the 6 months in advance, Violent Peanut Butter. Anyone who disagrees with you is subhuman. True, but, Thank you, Rumbles, for the 82-month resub. I appreciate it. Hit the tree, hit the rock. Man, I'm legitimate. Like, I lost time, dude. I felt like I had a bunch of shit to talk about, but I really just don't. So Slayer Roduncle is a skill in RuneScape where basically it's like you go to a Slayer Master who gives you varying levels of difficulty, higher level monsters, and it'll say like, Roduncle, I need you to kill 37 squirrels. So then you go and you beat the shit out of 37 squirrels. And the reason you level this skill is only when you're on a task to kill like squirrels or whatever, you get experience leveling up the skill, right? And when you get like level 15 Slayer, you can fight like AIDS-ridden squirrels that have better drops and give you better loot. So, and it lets you fight new bosses and stuff. And it's really important because you'll unlock like the Cerberus boss or the Hydra boss or the Kraken boss. And they all drop like some of the best items in the game. So a lot of the higher end boss fights are gated behind Slayer. But even like the normal regular dudes, once you get into like the 70s and 80s in the skill, which the max is 99, they start dropping really good weapons, really good armor, things of that nature, and it's just fun. Combat is one of the more engaging things in RuneScape, in my opinion. Not always. You can make it to where you just AFK prayer, but it's a fucking medieval clicker game. Most things are not particularly intensive, so I don't know. I remember when I was a kid playing RuneScape, my dream was to get 85 Slayer to kill the Abyssal Demon, which at the time dropped the best weapon in the game, the Abyssal Whip. It's been like 25 years and they have yet to add the Abyssal Nene. But you were like back in the day when we were 10 years old, if you had an Abyssal Whip, that was like the video game digital equivalent in RuneScape of having like a noticeable bulge. Like you have like what looks to be a serpent going down your pant leg. Like you were a baller. You were the fattest cocked motherfucker around. They're all boss tasks? Yeah, you can. And you can get boss tasks in OSRS too. It takes a while to get to that point. But I think Slayer and OSRS, the worst part is the early part of it because some of the stuff they send you to fight in the early game is actual cancer. Like crocodiles drop nothing. And you have to go into the desert where you're constantly taking heat damage and you have to like range them to get them out of the river to come and fight you. Crocodiles suck. And then you always have to kill like 200 fucking crocodiles too, so it's annoying. Or the killer watts, which are probably the worst single fucking thing in the game for a Slayer task. If you're doing those at the appropriate level, that shit is harrowing. It is a miserable experience. Those guys are complete AIDS. Metallic Dragons? I don't mind those as much. I think for those I'm biased because back then, in like actual like 20 years ago, we had like 1/10 of the strength in combat we do now. So steel dragons used to be like, holy fuck, these things take 3 minutes to kill per. Now you have like all this shit like the Dragon Hunter Lance, like even the regular magic spells, they have weakness to magic now, and you can just fuck them so much easier than you used to be able to. RNG can ruin the whole skill for you? Why? Because you just get like a bunch of bad tasks in a row? Complaining the grinder difficulty? Well, so RuneScape is a really fascinating game because as someone who is a veteran of RuneScape, and I know as a Souls veteran, I sound like a cocksmoker right now. Back when it was a game that we all played as kids, almost no one was worried about things like methods for getting the highest amount of XP an hour. You just kind of played the game, and maybe you would do like a little bit of optimization, but now a lot of people play that game where they will only do things. There's this term called EHP, which EHP stands for efficient hours played, where they have solved the game to the point where they're like, if you are doing the maximum high intensity clicks and training methods possible, this skill will take 65 hours to get to 99, and you need to only do this to maximize your XP gains. And I think some people do enjoy that, but that is kind of like, I think a lot of people feel like that is the proper way to play and feel like they're not playing the game right if they do inefficient methods. And I think that's where a lot of the acrimony with things like Slayer come from, because Slayer, the best way to train Slayer is to just skip all of the tasks except for some where you can put up a cannon that just like shoots a bunch of monsters in an AoE and gives you like 5 times, or you magically AoE. It's like AoE tasks only. So basically there are people who will tell you you're training the skill wrong and you're like dog shit at the game unless you are only doing like smoke devils or dust devils or neck reels, which are the same things over and over, where you just like run around in a circle, get all of them, and AoE them. Run around in a circle, get all of them, AoE them. And there's nothing wrong with playing the game that way, but I think a lot of people feel like you kind of... Holy shit. The culture around the game is like you need to play efficiently now. If you ask people for advice, they're going to tell you to do whatever the efficient method is. And sometimes, like, for me, playing like that burns me out so fucking quick that, I don't know. If that's what the point of going that hard on it is. It's one of the most addicting games ever, bro. Do you like the idea of solving games mathematically? Yeah, in theory, I really like that too. I just don't like playing the games like that. Like, min-maxing is its own kind of fun. But, like, the thing that sucks about RuneScape is, even with the most efficient methods... Like, let me see. Let me see what the current... So, like, if you look at this, there's a website that has, like, the efficient hours played to get, like, max and all of the skills. And it's, fuck. It's like 107 hours for agility. Just one skill out of, like, what, 27 or something like that? So... Like, Slayer's efficient hours played to get to max is 62 hours, according to this website. So that's not, like, casual, like, oh, I'm just having fun playing. That is, like, you are maximizing all of your clicks to where you are, like, having no time loss and playing super sweaty. I think it's around 2,000 hours or so to max out an account of efficient hours played. I never look at that because I think it really, for me personally, I like being inefficient. I like being a bumbling moron. That's what I'm good at. And I'm about to show you that with this game we're going to play. I've been rambling about RuneScape a little too long. Sorry, I know for like many of you, I may as well be speaking in Chinese right now. Regrettably, I don't have that much going on with the Rome stuff. I've tried to make some progress, and I found like one major thing that hasn't been shown on stream yet, but it doesn't seem to be particularly important. Hello, Dibs. Make it seem so easy and trivial. I'm fighting for my life. I think the best way to play OSRS, in my opinion, for me, is don't look shit up. Like, if you're going to look something up, look like how to get there, like generally what level range you need to be, and then just send it. Just send it, because, like, the wiki complicates everything to the point where, like, you look at it and it's like 3 fucking paragraphs on how to efficiently do one action in a minigame, and you just need to send it. Like, read that shit after and just fucking go. Just ball. Because it's like, you do not need to be worried about, like, doing things the optimal way the first time you do something. Pretty much ever. Giants fan. I know, dude. Like, the wiki's very, very informative and useful, and I'm not trying to claim that it's not, but if you're just starting on shit and you don't know what the fuck you're doing, it can be super overwhelming, like, opening it and seeing, like, 3 pages of text. It's just like, dude, you really don't need most of that for the overwhelming amount, like, 95% of shit in that game. Just go in and, like, accept you're gonna fuck whatever you're doing up a little bit, and then once you have, like, a solid handle on what's going on, then read the page to optimize the process a little bit. That's how I would suggest playing that game. Able to understand what she was saying, courtesy of the stream, so that was nice. Oh, man. Okay, well, fellas, we're here again on a Saturday night to play Rome 0120. I imagine at this point most of you have seen this game. If not from me, then I believe it's starting to get popular a little bit. So perhaps you've watched someone else play it by now. But this game's fucked up. It's like a super nightmare puzzle game similar to the Worm game. I think at this point I may have invested more hours into this than the Worm game. The current issue I'm having is I have 2 leads. An anagram and a picture. I don't even fucking know where to start with this, because I'm assuming you've seen the last stream talking about this. Let me get the anagram on screen for you real quick. So this is the anagram that I'm trying to figure out, and Jesus Christ. My GF did terrorism by posting a Lapopopo video of a Labubu. Twitch have a new picture of Sif on it? No. It's my password. Excuse me. The other thing I have is last stream we found an image with an item called the cache that allows you to see, like, little puzzles. The first sequence of these was used to find a YouTube video. This one I found, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. And from this point in the stream, if you haven't seen the other streams of this game, I would highly recommend turning this off and watching the previous VOD where I explain, like, everything that's been going on with this from the beginning, so it will be a lot easier to follow. I really don't want to do that every single time I play this game. If you have specific questions or are confused, of course I'll answer that, but I'm going to start, like, repeating myself a lot if I do that every time. So let me show you. I have made some progress with the anagram, and this is my psycho fucking image of my progress. So the third line we solved almost immediately. It's very clearly like you put it into an anagram and you get go upstairs. Hello, Shanist. Autumn actually found that the first line you could get, find baby in Red Road. And I was like, Red Road? I don't think I've seen a fucking road. And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, maybe it means red baby in road, and maybe that's a way. Like, this looks like a little party hat. And this thing, this little red thing on the bench, number one, this is the only road we've seen in the game. It's the only thing even remotely resembling a road. And that red item, when you get it, it's an item called love. So I think this has a decent chance of being right for a couple of reasons. Thank you, PunkSlayer1995, for the 76-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, 5-Star Ninja, for the Tier 3 resub of 74 months. Thank you for the Tolomeo Gold. It's like... No, this is a good game, Takamatsu. I think that... How do I even fucking start? Like, the go upstairs thing is obviously meant to be the easy part you figure out really early on. And there's only one set of stairs that I'm aware of that we have not been able to go up. It's the ones in the basement. Like in that little bottom left picture, that set of stairs is the set of stairs that the boy will run up when you release him. But as of right now, we have not found a way to go up there ourselves. So I'm thinking that this anagram is basically trying to communicate how to get up the stairs. And, okay, find baby in red means that you need to complete this past section of the house before you do the middle line, and then you go upstairs. So it's like a sequence of events you have to execute in order to be allowed up the stairs. And the reason I think this is that middle line's a bitch. That middle line's really, really fucking hard. Had some people in the Discord and stream like try to figure out this anagram, and people are having a really hard time with it. It's not just me. I've actually put this into ChatGPT, which is the only time I've ever used ChatGPT, and it doesn't give anything even remotely recognizable as like something you would do in the video game. Like, this is a really, really fucking hard anagram. Or maybe we're all just fucking dumb. But I think I'm really close, because I think that you're clearly meant to do the bottom line first to show that it is an anagram. That one's a freebie to show you that it is in fact an anagram. And then you just kind of have to go through this and figure it out. Now, the Z in that second line is really the worst fucking thing in the world. I don't want spoilers, Big Loogie. I know there's people who have like done more than I have. I've never wanted spoilers for something like this. Depending on how long I get stuck, maybe that'll change. But the middle line is interesting because I was thinking about it. What Z words? Like, there's gaze. There's a creature that says gaze into my eyes. But I actually noticed that, let's assume that I'm right. Let's say, like, it's very unlikely this is the case, but let's say that I'm like the smartest, most intelligent motherfucker of all time. And I'm right about the assumption that the stairs down there are ultimately our goal in this. Hello, Daedra. It's hard to explain, bro. It means B's good news. Maybe I should wait. Maybe let's just play the game. Because I'm not 100% sure on what to do. And I think maybe if I played through it a couple times, there's a few things I want to try. Jumble the letters of the middle line again. Well, I'm convinced that because the stairs are like, I'm really fucking having a hard time explaining things today. I'm really sorry. So if the assumption that the basement stairs are the correct stairs, let's just say that's correct. The area in which those stairs are found is unique in that it is one of two parts of the entire game where you can be subjected to what is called AT waves. Which AT waves in the universe of the game are like basically MK Ultra, like beaming shit into your head and making you like have hallucinations, seizures, etc. So seizure is a Z word. And you can't, that is the only other place besides that one little closet room where you can have a seizure, is that room with the stairs. So I was thinking maybe there's something with that. Maybe you're supposed to trigger that little seizure sequence in there, because normally when you have a seizure in the game, it takes you like this little dilapidated apartment building that has nothing important in it whatsoever. But perhaps if you do things a certain way, having a seizure in that area gives you a different result, because it is in a different place. And I was thinking, if part of that middle line has AT, which is AT waves, that would functionally make the anagram like AI proof, in my opinion. Because if you wanted to like try to send this into a solver or an AI, or even get people outside of the player base of the game to solve that anagram, you could put AT in there and it would mean something completely different to the normal populace and people who know what's going on in the game, because it's the word at. They would just think it's at. And it would be nonsense, mumbo jumbo. So I'm kind of convinced that AT is part of that middle line, and then it's either seizure or it could be zero, like putting the AT waves of, because you can adjust a dial for that changes the level of AT waves in that room with the stairs. And another Z word is zero. So you could have, but that doesn't work, because if it's zero, then you can't have the seizure in that room. But if it's not meant for you to have a seizure, that could still be the correct thing, because putting it to zero is actually what slows the boy down enough for him to go up those stairs, which I don't think is unimportant. Hello, Colonel Martyr, Matt K. King, Hydrophilic Toaster. So it would be either seizure or zero, but I didn't get anything concrete. But I think the idea I have is probably right, because I don't know what else would be the point right now at the part of the game we're at. Like, there's most of the areas have had some purpose or explorative effort, but not those stairs. Ever solve everything in Mouse Sector? No, bro. Anyways, I did find a really important bit of text that was not shown in the last stream, because I found it off stream. So I'm going to play through and we're going to look at that. Hello, Duckworth. Any item you haven't found use for yet? Well, I thought about matches and how you could raise something or blaze, and that could be part of the Z word. Anyways, no, I mean, bro. Right now, you don't know how fucked it is. I am trying to type the text in the game into YouTube to find like an extra YouTube video, and I'm getting the worst case of drug addiction in the world, #shorts. So I'm typing in the rest never came, you were 5, David, Julia, Jeremy, Edward, and Matt. This is what I'm doing with my free fucking time now, okay? And this is what I'm getting. This is my reward. I'm starting to think this shit isn't worth it. Starting to think I should just like look it all up and pretend I figured it out on my own. Yeah, bro, you're actually supposed to input like, my name is Charles and I like cactuses in my urethra in the bathroom area, and then a cactus appears that you could stick in the boy's urethra, and then he becomes your little boy slave, and you can escape together to Cancun. I just figured that out. You know? It's just intuition, male intuition. Ever piss sitting down and your balls touch the water? No. Thank you for the resub, bro. Like, I'm pretty frustrated right now, because it's like everything I've been streaming I need to desperately finish. I haven't had time. Like, I really wish that I had more time to put into this one in particular. Tip has touched water before. Okay. So let's fucking get gaming. Let's see if we can find some shit out. I did get like a very mild spoiler from the Discord that I want to show you. It's fucked up. Had a 5 piss split before. Spoiler is not the right word. Someone noticed a detail that I hadn't before. I also wonder, what if looking at the text on this shit is important? Oh, well. Okay. ready for a long night of point-and-click gaming chat room. I really want to fucking figure this shit out, dude, but it's so hard. It's so fucking hard. Gun being a real one? Yeah, he is. He's a real motherfucker. Is there a goal to this? Yes. Okay, I'll try to explain. Let me piss really quick and get a Diet Coke, and then I'll try to give, like, a very, like, abridged rundown of what the goal of this game is. Just let me take a urination break real quick. Okay. This is just an extraordinarily difficult game to give like a brief summary of. But essentially, I am Mausolus. I'm a guy who's clearly been subject to a variety of horrible psychological experiments. However, the way this game is set up and structured is that several things happen that are clearly some sort of delusion or psychotic state. So it's hard at times to tell what is and isn't real, because there's this thing with the entire premise is that this is a game that takes place in an ARG, which is an alternate reality game. I don't know how to like swiftly describe what that is. But it's essentially like a huge group of elaborate puzzles to try to tell a story of metafiction where it's like some horrible, sinister experiment is happening in the real world, kind of like roleplay almost. It's obviously not real, but it's structured in a way that you solve puzzles and unravel a storyline, things that are happening. And this game, Rome 0120, is part of an ARG called AT Connect. And the entire thing with AT Connect, from my understanding, which I haven't looked into the ARG part of it basically at all, but just from the documents that are in this game, AT Connect is like MK Ultra, where you have like these waves they're AT waves that you can put into people's heads that cause various negative things to happen. Like this says, electronic devices in this room emit level 9.3 AT waves. Exposure to AT waves above level 7 can cause dangerous side effects. Intense headaches, blood pressure, anxiety, panic attacks, delirious behavior, unwanted thoughts, hallucinations, and shock. And that black box is a sensor. There's a lot of things that are censored in this game where you're supposed to read in between the lines. So a lot of this really is like stuff you're never going to get a concrete answer on, and you have to kind of connect the dots yourself. It's not set up in a way where it's very likely that any one person is going to play it and like have a unifying theory of exactly what's going on. ARGs in general are usually meant to be tackled by the like a community at large, multiple people, instead of like one heroic figure. So AT waves basically do this. Like this is one of 2 rooms you can experience AT waves in that I am aware of. And it's specifically the electronic devices in here that are emitting these. And if you stay here, you start having what appears to be like some sort of seizure or psychotic break. You start seeing shit, your vision gets fucked up, there's a little text on the screen. And then you're here. So that's fucking weird, right? So let's read the text. This so far has been a profoundly unimportant room. But what happens if you go to this little cuck chair in the corner? It says, I'm losing my mind, I'm losing my memories, it makes me really unreliable. Why did I not recognize the boy? The picture I posted, I was the one who took it. Why did it feel so foreign? Why was I unable to recognize it? I think the program is starting to target me personally. Blasting me with waves, hoping the confusion will make me kill myself. Sometimes it's hard not to give in. It's hard to witness my own decline. So the program is AT Connect. Like they're blasting waves into his brain to try to get him to kill himself, is the implication there. Hard coming back to my apartment and see it ransacked with files on my computer missing. I know they think I'm psychotic because I truly am acting psychotic, and that makes me an unreliable narrator. So this is why it can be really difficult to kind of piece together what the fuck is happening in this game, because it outright states that your point of view is that of an unreliable narrator. So a lot of this shit is just like not real. It's exactly what they want, someone who can never be trusted. It's the perfect plan. I made a fool of myself. A lot of respectable people trusted me. Why do I forget so much? They keep blasting me. I'll end up just like him. And there's a censored image. Is it on Steam? No, it's on itch.io. Do we know why we were in the house to begin with? To find the woman known as Carol is my current interpretation of the game. I haven't finished it. I don't know that for a matter of fact, but you'll notice in the items list we have one called Carol's Hair. I'll explain some more of why that is as I go through this, just to kind of get like a refresher for new people who haven't seen it. I know a lot of it's going to be like essentially me repeating myself, and I apologize for that. So over here there's like enormous amount of files that you don't understand at all. Here are some examples, and this is, I'm pretty sure this right here is the logo for the AT program. And then it has like all of this shit where you can't actually read any of it. So ultimately what this area, this house is an AT facility that experimented on children. I personally believe, and I'm almost assuredly wrong in saying this, but my current running theory is that my character was married to Carol. Carol went here to find a child, and we came here to find Carol. And we are not going to find either Carol or the child, is what I think is happening. Now, like I said, I'm working with a very incomplete set of data involving this game. The boy might find you. Only the boy remains. Well, there's some, like I said, I did find some text off stream that is part of why I believe that to be the case. Now, I'm going to be getting to that. But first, let me go through here. If you look here, though... Sorry, I clicked the wrong part. It is 100% undoubtable that this facility experimented on children. There's children's cartoons and a bunch of like little childish drawings on the wall, bunk beds and shit. Like, this is a child experiment. This is like Epstein's shack, basically. And they're testing the AT wave shit on children. Ever go upstairs and you... Yes, you die. So, I want to show you something that observant viewers noticed that I did not. In some of the rooms of this game, there are like random scary things that can happen, and there's one in the attic that I'm going to try to get it to trigger. I did this, like I saw someone posted, there was like part of the video where there was like a little thing over here, and I saw it, I looked at it, and I did not recognize what I was looking at. when it happened in game. So I'm going to try to... I did get it to show up by going up and down these stairs. So I'm going to try to repeat that occurrence now. I thank you, Kadula Khan, for the 9-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. See, there it is. Now, you can't click on it, but there's definitely like a motherfucker over there. You might be thinking, wow, that's... The worst part is not the motherfucker. I want you to listen. I don't like that. It's super fucking easy to miss. It doesn't seem to be anything even remotely important, but I wonder how many other things like that I've missed. But I'm like, damn, some people have a really fucking good eye if they noticed that and I didn't. Thank you, Riel, for the 42-month resub. I appreciate it. Now, let's see if we can get that dude to show up again. Because the other events are repeatable. So if he shows up again and it's like confirmed to just be like a random chance thing, then it's almost definitely not important. Thank you, Something Hill Zone, for the 92-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And that is probably the thing that's like shushing you with the paint, yes. Okay. So he can appear multiple times. Jesus Christ, we got some vroomers out here. Let me close the fucking window. There's so many dickheads who live here, man. I hate my fucking neighborhood. Thought it's the game? No, dude. The little guy who stole my car, that little shadowy figure in the basement, went and took my Dodge Charger. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. So let's do the... Last stream, basically, we solved the cache images that told you to do, like, type something out here. They fled the scene is what you type out here. And it allows you to do, like, the sequence of events that was relayed how to perform in the video. I think this picture is actually the boy, by the way. I have nothing to back that up concretely, but it does have the AT logo on the bottom left. So then you click on this brick. And then you have Sans up here. So I want to show you something. The sequence of events is you're supposed to do everything I just did and then click on him. What happens if we try to leave? Gotcha. I yumped. So, why do you do that? I don't know. I forgot, man. What the fuck is this? That is the only death sequence in the entire game that only has a hand, though. Every other single one is associated with some sort of like paranormal fucking figure molesting you in one way or another. That is unique in that it is only the hand. I don't know if that's actually relevant to anything, but every single one is different, more or less. I feel like the hands represent real people. Is it your own hand or just... No, it's definitely someone else's, and not all of the deaths involve that hand. I think that's important because I think a lot of the things that could potentially kill you in this are not real. Real person be summoned by you staring at a photo, though? It's a good question. It's probably someone stalking me, and... But here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's an important little bit of dialogue here. We call him the Dweller. Do not move if you meet him. They mostly left because of him. So it outright names like an antagonistic figure called the Dweller. Okay? I don't think that's real. Hold on. I accidentally opened the game twice. Let me close the second instance. Mostly implies some remained. Well, there is one thing that has remained here for sure, and it is a boy. Hello, Imperi. But here's the thing that I think is interesting. If you go over to here, numerous scientific files about mysterious experiments. Don't understand any of it here. A few examples. Modern inner workings of an AT emitter. So this is documentation on the AT shit. AT particle dwelling in interceptions of communications through AT manipulation. So this is talking about the particles, the MK Ultra particles dwelling inside of someone's head. So I think the Dweller is a manifestation caused by these particles and the corporation or whatever body is conducting the experiments. I don't think the Dweller is actually real. I could be wrong on that. But it is important to note that basically every single jump scare in this game looks a lot different in terms of the faces. The one where it's very clearly the Dweller not telling you to move, it's different from the one that you get up in the attic. It's different from the one you get from listening to the tree. It looks dramatically different in every single one of those instances. The other antagonistic figure that we know about is the boy. And the boy does not look all that different from occurrence to occurrence. Like, see, let's... The boy just looks like a British child. So I think there's 2 active threats in the building. I mean, that's for sure. The boy is definitely not the Dweller. Okay. And ugly. Oh, he's extraordinarily ugly. You'll see him. Don't worry. You'll meet the boy. The boy is honestly considerably scarier than the Dweller. I honestly, like, I hate to admit it, but there's been, like, a few times at night where I think about the sequence where he, like, runs to you in the corridor, and it skeeves me out a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, I'm not pissing myself or anything, but I'm like, damn. Okay, so you click on him and that happens. I haven't screenshot it. Like, I don't have a still of that one, but that looks really fucking weird. And if someone could get a still of that, I would appreciate it. Click on the wall and it cracked a bit. Yes, there's a YouTube video you have to find through hints in the game that tells you the sequence of events you have to do. You can't just click on things and have it happen. You specifically have to go to the typewriter and do "they fled the scene," all one word, no spaces. Looked like a rodent or something on my phone. Also, this is, you can see the hole in the garbage bag. You can see that the head has been crushed beyond recognition. The smell is unbearable. And this little sequence of events allows you to go here. This is a different house, a completely different level. This is where we found the anagram. You feel weird. Why is it daytime all of a sudden? So this is a pretty good example of what I mean by, like, a lot of this shit happening in this game is clearly delusional, delirious. It's not real. I keep saying thank you. I'm just so grateful that you're here, Torpal. It's good to see you, brother. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Torple Duke. Happy birthday to you. This is how it all started for me, 2005. So, unequivocally and without a shadow of a doubt, the main part of the game takes place in the late 2000s. 2020s. Because of various, like, notes and stuff. So this is a huge jump backwards. Going into Mahabre and Funger? Yeah, no, this was, like, nut bending going in here. Put the pic on Discord. Bro, you should DM it to me. Let me see. Holy shit, this guy has 2.5 million Pokimane points? That's crazy. So this is what happens when you click on that little figure that was looking at us from the top. It does look like, I don't know, those kind of remind me of hoodie strings. And that kind of looks like a bullet hole. But I'm not sure how much you're supposed to reasonably infer from this versus it just being like a scary image. It is notable that the blue sands-like figure, that's not the only place in the game we've seen it. So this house is fucked up because there's these buttons you have to press in order to progress. And there's things here, like Il sont trouvé un video. I think this says something like there is a video, which is honestly one of the bigger leads for a variety of reasons. This is kind of fucking me up because the only video we have found is absolutely mandatory to get here. So if this is supposed to be like hinting at a video, it is not talking about the previous one. It means there's a second video that needs to be discovered, which is very likely. It could also mean that it's referencing like the methodology we used to get here, but I think that's kind of unlikely. Everybody's gone for the moment. That I'm not sure, Trash Snake. It's ambiguous as of now. So over here, there's a button, and there's also this pawn thing. Second video has hit the ARG. So this is where the anagram is. Finish Hallowed Sepulchre after an hour. The shit do be straight ass. Thank you for the 68 months, bro. This is like... This is so much fucking worse than Worm Game in terms of... like, I genuinely think this is giving me more grief than Worm Game at this point. And then in here we can get the plush, which it kind of looks like a fucked up mask to me, but people said that it looks like a bear with like the legs and the head torn off. I'm not sure. But one thing I want you to take note of is this game has an absolute fucking fixation with coat hangers and children. You are going to see coat hangers fucking everywhere in this game once you start looking for them. But, like, they're the wrong type of coat hangers for what you would immediately assume. Like, I guess you could, like, break that open. But it's not typically what you would use to, you know... I'm 100% certain, Victor, that is the objective of the game, is to get all the items. evidence of wrongdoing that has occurred in this facility, and so you would need evidence for that. What makes it very confusing is a lot of these items are complete fucking nonsense. A little too blatant if they were all wire. Well, it could be a red herring, too. This is also something that fucking freaks me out. Forgive me if this is me being a maroon, but, like, this transition does not make a lot of sense to me. There's this door. You can see from the light switches it's not the same door. So there's just, like, part of this building we cannot go to. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's important. This is a room where the only thing is a censored item of what is probably someone who hung themselves. And there's a little note that's apparently written by a child. Nothing could ever replace the times we had together. Filming limitations are possible, but that's the thing with this sort of game, is it's really hard when you're not knowing what the solution is to really make that call. So once again, right in the middle of the fucking frame is a coat hanger, and there's like a note written by a child. So like, there's a fixation here, and you can get this teddy bear. Now, for all of you French speakers, I actually need your help. I don't know how many of you there are. I don't know how many Quebecois or Francois motherfuckers we got in here. Some baguette elementals. But one of the things, when I was doing the anagram, one of the potential words you can get that utilizes the Z is anglicize, which is basically turning something into English. I don't know. I don't think that's a likely interpretation of the middle line, but there is this phone call in French. It said something about finding Carol, someone said last time. I know that's not exactly the clearest audio in the world. Something like, I can fix this. I can fix it, I promise, is what this thing says here. I know a little bit about the field, but then my translator cut off. Well, the AT field is a possibility. So this is another, like, huge what the fuck. This goes back to the video. We tried coming here with the TV remote, and it was no luck. They really do not want us watching the TV in here. It's important to note that this area of the game is a one and done. You can only come here once per playthrough. Old feelings in the bed. They found a video. Is there something in the reflection? It's a lamp in the bed, but it doesn't seem like anything. I mean, field, I can feel the study. That's what the French written note said. Oh, I gotcha. I have no idea, Daedra. Literally, it's entirely possible. No, there is a wrong sequence. There is. I know that for a matter of fact, because there's a segment where the boy is a very real corporeal entity in the basement, and there's this puzzle where you have to evacuate him from what is called the boy room, but if you don't configure the thermostat to his room properly, he sprints out into the corridor into the house and kills you. But there's a second area he can take if you put the AT waves to 0 in the room, and he moves slowly enough that you can close the doors on him. And then he evacuates through stairs. But the thing is, one of the first things you can find is like a fuse box where you can cut electricity, and if you cut that electricity, you cannot do anything with the doors in the boy room, which means you cannot progress. You will fuck yourself if you do that. So that is important because there is actually a way to put the game into an uncompletable state in at least one instance. That's really early in the game, and it's not very complicated, so it's reasonable to assume that there's going to be other failure states as well. Cutting the power legitimately cuts off the little control room for the boys' room. So you can't open the doors, you can't get him out of the boy room and get all the evidence in there, you can't get him out of the building. The only thing you can do is turn the thermostat to boiling and kill him, which ends the game. AT waves are some sort of particle that can be injected into people's minds, a la MK Ultra, to induce delusions, hallucinations, seizures, all sorts of negative effects. And like, if the game seems really strange and surreal, it's because we are assumedly someone who has been exposed to this. We're playing as Mausolus, basically. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I'm gonna leave it on the TV just on the off chance something happens. Alright. I'm not drunk enough for this stream. This is not a fucking good stream to watch under the influence. It's confusing, even if you're entirely stone cold sober. Okay. So I'm about 100% certain there's things in the house that I have not discovered. Now, this is another interesting area. They tried to forget. And then if you click on this, this is another example of what I'm talking about. This is clearly not real. This is clearly some manner of delusion. Everything changed when I found this fucking device one day in the mailbox. I didn't immediately understand how it worked, but when I did, I was destroyed. Clicking random things? No. No, there is a very, like I mentioned with the boy, if you're just clicking on shit and not thinking about it, you will not make that much progress. Just keep watching and you'll understand why. I'll try to explain everything about what I know. Is that barcode? That's what I thought too, but we couldn't find a way to put it into anything meaningful. Because that was immediately what I thought as a barcode. So the device is something... I'm 100% convinced that the device mentioned in there is an item we get later called the emitter. The emitter sounds like something that would in all likelihood emit AT waves. Seems like a reasonable assumption, right? It is notable for being the only item in the game that we can pick up that is entirely censored. We don't see what it looks like at all. It's just a black box. Everything else we see, even the question mark, where we don't even know what it is like very deliberately shown except for the emitter. It's also the last item in the game that we know of. Hasn't been used in years. Spectrogram nonsense in this game? I think it's possible. because there is something at the very beginning of the game where it says listen closely to a tree, and there's some weird audio playing, and then you get a jump scare and die. I haven't messed around with any potential clues from the audio, but it's possible. There's a note telling you to listen there. The notes do not seem to be written by anyone malicious. And if my assumption that the dweller is not a corporeal entity, then it could not write the notes. Phone call, translation according to my translator. Things I like in things there, but we'll do other things, we'll do other things. Of all that, but we're going to do better, we're going to do better. And what are we going to do there? And what are we going to do with all this, though? What are we going to do? That doesn't seem particularly useful, but thank you. I appreciate you trying to translate that, but that doesn't seem like anything that would help the current situation. There's this. AT waves from the emitter are basically censoring the items that it doesn't want us to see. I was thinking the single craziest thing this game could do that I've never seen done in a game, or anything like this, is if we got an item that decensored everything. That would be one of the most non-ironically chills-inducing things ever. Because then you have to go back through every fucking room and looking at the censored shit, and that could be completely, like, changing everything. See, this is a joke because it says there's nothing, but there's a vacuum, which is... I mean, in this instance, it's a literal machine called a vacuum, but a vacuum is also nothing. So this is a way of just saying there's a vacuum there. It says it's not a valid barcode. No, I don't think it's important. So, this is censored, and this was really confusing to me. And like I said, I don't know how much of this is important. I'm really like, this is the blind leading the blind. I am, like, this game has drove me up the wall, because I cannot figure this shit out for the life of me. But, I think that red object right there is specifically the important thing here. It does not look like it's real. It looks like a 3D rendered object instead of these, like the basket and the towels. Because I don't think you're going to censor the toothbrush. So what the fuck is that? I don't know. I don't know. It's a good goddamn question, right? So then we can go up here. Like the cone. The cone is exactly why I think it's important. Based off of certain things you do in this house, this image changes. This appears to be like the nape of a small child's neck. Like this being the ear, that's obviously the hair. There's some sort of like ominous hell of a boss character hiding behind the curtains. Like, if you look at this, this is right now is one of the single most important things. We have her lock of hair. Carol is missing. Now, that seems kind of obvious at the point we're at now, but, like, for a while we had no fucking idea. And if you go here, the portrait changes to her missing photo. So, and you also can, once you press all of the buttons, you can leave the area through this painting. But other than that, there's actually other things you can turn this into. There's like a fucked up one that I'm honestly not entirely sure how to consistently get it. It's like a black and white fucked up face. Hello, Krybaka. Pawn? I don't know if that's it. I really don't. But I think there's 4 major characters in this game. I think there's Carol, the boy, and a child who may or may not be named Jolina. And I think I'm the husband and the father of the children. That could be like, at this point, that is still really, really speculative, but we're someone who has a missing poster of a woman in our house. Like, this is where everything began. Like, when we enter this area, there's a note that says this is where everything began. So Carol was missing as early as 2005. So by the time we get into that fucked up, dilapidated house, Carol has presumably been missing for 2 decades. Which is a pretty long time. And there's a ton of references to, like, there's 2 cribs in the game. At some point later, there's an entity that uses the name Jolina, which could mean just a name. It could be Jolina, but Jolina is also, if we read the definition, I didn't figure this out on my own. This was actually, believe it or not, a Jenna discovery. Jolina can mean increaser, and he will add in faithful celebration of God's abundance, or to symbolize the extra love a baby brings to your home. So if the boy is the older brother and he starts talking about how it's all Jolina in a spiteful manner, starts painting a particular type of picture, said there were 2 sets of photos a couple years apart. Well, there's also photos that come with the RAR as well. Thank you, Moon, for the 81 months. How are you? See, I think that if the anagram is something to do with this house, it's ultimately going to end up involving this crib, because most screens in the game are not there for no reason. A lot of the ones that were seemingly just there for ambience ended up being part of a puzzle later on. So I'm at a point where I don't believe there's, like, screens, let alone an entire room, where it's just fucking pointless. Hello, Willie. Now, I could definitely be wrong on that, but there's no interactables in here that I found whatsoever, which is the only room in this entire house where that is the case. Like blood? Well, I'll get to that. I have an idea. What room does the anagram appear in? It's in this one, which appears to be the children's bedrooms. It's in a drawer with some Hydro Homie shit on top. It's also worth noting there's text like this: so many beds for such a small family. So to me, that means that it's a family of 4. It's like the baby, the boy, the mother, and the father. So it's really confusing. There's this funny little pig and a scary looking skull thing on the drawer. Still waiting for... Well, we ended up, like, releasing the boy and seeing if he could chase us in here. He can chase you in here. And playing this game made me realize, in addition to the uncensoring thing, one of the worst things that could possibly happen is if there was, like, an active chase where it was, like, animated and, like, walking towards you as you went through the scenes. Which could be... After doing, like, actual point and click shit for so long, that would be, that'd be rough. No, I'm a huge fan of this game. I legitimately and genuinely think this is one of the best horror games I've ever played, but I'm getting so frustrated. Like, this game is the first time I've been like, damn, I wish I didn't have my fucking job so I could play this shit on stream more. Because I've only been able to stream it like once a week. So... Sorry progress has been so slow. Take a day off. I took like 3 days off to play RuneScape, so I'm not completely faultless. You know. So, okay. I'm missing the buttons. I need to find the rest of the buttons. What the fuck? Exit the house at will. You can leave through the front door, but it says this. If you leave this place, you won't be able to come back. But there's a second way to leave the house, which is from pressing all of the buttons. It's also notable that there's 2 locked doors that seem to be like... It doesn't really feel like these would be doors that would be locked in a house. They look like closets. What's the note bottom right? It says, this is how it all started for me, 2005. Happens if you try to come back? Do the steps just not work? Yeah. Okay, where's the last button? I think it's this one. It's hard to summarize Vlad Tet. It's a fucked up ARG. This is the 3rd stream of it, and it is extraordinarily confusing, but it's one of the best horror games I've ever played. Like, this is one where if you're, like, actually interested in the game, I would recommend watching the prior stream to this one, because I do, like, a summary and go through everything. I'm going to try to do it here, but it's going to be very scatterbrained. You can help, you know, a bit about this field. I can't guarantee you can find Carol. He's saying you can help with the problem. You can go find her. There's a bit that is chopped up and it changes from you. Can help with this problem to you are the problem. So nothing changes in here. Yes, Rangifer, when you first descend into the first basement, it's the same. Once you hit all of the buttons, you go in here. And this is blacked out. And this is how you leave the house properly. Or what I think is properly. Now, I found something here. I was playing off stream to see if I could figure shit out. And I did figure something new out here. Which I will show you. So you go here. And you notice, like... This looks like a road, right? It's clearly a really fucking weird road, perhaps a sidewalk. This is the closest thing in the game we have seen to a road. There's a street lamp, and this is what I found. You can actually look up and investigate the lamp, which I haven't shown on stream yet because I didn't know about it last stream, but it gives some important dialogue. The search went nowhere. The house is now frozen in time. Z-word. A monument to their despair. They fled the scene. This is the line we need to type in the typewriter in order to even access this part of the game. We were a few days away from closure. But they will never be caught. So this seems to imply that, like, the ones who fled the scene are not the children, as I previously thought. But, like, the ones experimenting on the children. Tens of deformed faces, some unrecognizable. I think this is referring to the fucked up things in the attic. What's up, Dist? How are you, bro? How you been? Starving bodies, terrified expressions, a body that shouldn't be alive but somehow is. This is 100% the boy. A mind shredded by psychosis and paranoia, which is why he attacks you. Yet still alive. Now the text gets really fucked up here, and I don't know if it's important. We couldn't identify any of the bodies. They told me the risks of returning, but it's like... I don't know what to make of this, because there's like glitches in some of the boxes, like going back to the things in the attic, there's that little square in the bottom left of the text box that has black and white, like flashing. But it gets really fucking weird with this. And I feel like it's important, but I have no idea how to integrate it into anything productive. But it says, a single lock of hair in a pot. I ran as fast as I could. My heart was pounding. I was horrified. The rain started to fall and I started to cry. If you ever read this, I'm sorry, I lied. You're the only one that remains, and I didn't want to break you twice. She won't see the stars again. We were too late. This looks like a tombstone, too. So that's confirmation that Carol is dead and that she won't see the stars again. And this is important because if we go, let's take a couple dozen hours back. I mentioned that there's like images that come with the game and they have timestamps on them. Well, I found out on Windows you can actually get like the information of the camera used to take the picture. And if you remember this one, this image is taken from a different time set than the rest of them and is the only one taken with an iPhone. All of the others are taken with like an actual camera, like a Canon EOS 77D, but this one is the iPhone. And I think that suggests that it's possible that Carol took this picture, but that's a huge reach. I definitely don't know that for a fact, but like someone who is a woman wants to see the stars again. Well, we're looking for Carol, and it mentioned her lock of hair in the pot. See, I've tried really hard to figure this shit out. Like, I really fucking have, and I'm just like, it's driving me crazy. Yeah, women do be looking at stars, though. Fucking bitch. How dare you, Carol? You know how much I've been thinking about this game? PC's day. I actually tried that because there's a USB drive that said it's from 0220. The name of the game is Rome 0120, so January 20th. Doesn't this also look like the thing from the bathroom? It's possible. Well, here's the fucking thing. The boy... We pick up an item called the pawn. In that house, a teddy bear and a plush. They seem to be representative of things. I jokingly said that the game's plot kinda reminds me of X-Files, which, spoilers for X-Files, someone bitched at me last time because I didn't give a spoiler warning for X-Files. Fox Mulder, the main character of the show, spends like the majority of the 7 billion seasons searching for his sister, which he believes was abducted by aliens. He gets further and further away from the truth, like, until like about midway through, he ends up realizing like it wasn't really, like, it was a half-truth. It was his parents, to appease a group of aliens who wanted to colonize the Earth, had to give collateral in the form of family members to the aliens. So Mulder's family gave his little sister to the aliens voluntarily. I think it's possible that the pawn is the boy who Carol and my character gave voluntarily for the AT wave thing. Now you might be saying, Tolomeo, that's fucking retarded. You're right, it is. However, the thing that makes me... He refers to it as a boy, not by name, right? But you gotta remember, that chair said he can't even remember the pictures he took of the boy and he can't recognize the boy's face. So maybe he doesn't recognize the boy's name, or that it's even his son. And maybe that's why that figure that says it's all Jolina, which, remember, Jolina's a name as well as a feeling of a new baby being introduced into a household. Maybe the boy is resentful towards his father because he was used as a pawn and was sent off to this fucking horrible child experimentation place. And that's probably why Carol would disappear and want to go here, and why her hair is in this fucking like nightmare compound, right? That kind of makes sense. Makes a little bit of sense to me. It's obviously we're not dealing with a full picture, so it's going to be speculative to a very large degree at this point in the game. But so far that mostly makes sense. But it's really hard to have anything concrete because, like I said, the game explicitly describes the person we're playing as an unreliable narrator. Thing in the mail would have influenced it. Well, the AT waves. Remember, he said the thing, he figured out how the emitter worked, and it was sickening. It destroyed him. And obviously it doesn't mean it, like, atomized him into particles. So it was having some sort of negative effect. On who? I don't know. This is also the only text in the entire game that makes a noise at the beginning and the end. And both of them are like secret discovered noises in other parts of the game. So we're gonna read this one more time without like pausing and everything. The search went nowhere. The house is now frozen in time. Note the Z in that. There's two Z words, frozen and unrecognizable in this, which I thought would be used for the anagram, and it's possible. A monument to their despair. They fled the scene. We were a few days away from closure, but they will never be caught. Tens of deformed faces, some unrecognizable. Starving bodies, terrified expressions. A body that shouldn't be alive, but somehow is. So singular. That's the boy. And it shouldn't be alive, but somehow it is. But his mind is shredded by psychosis and paranoia, which is, despite the fact that he's like a prisoner and a boy, he attacks you as soon as you get near him. Yet still alive, he couldn't identify any of the bodies. They told me the risk of returning. A single lock of hair in a pot. I ran as fast as I could. My heart was pounding. I was horrified. The rain started to fall and I started to cry. If you ever read this, I'm sorry I lied. You're the only one that remains, and I didn't want to break you twice. She won't see the stars again. We were too late. This is also possibly text from Carol's POV. But I guess it wouldn't make sense if it was her hair. Like, that's the thing. It's so fucking confusing. Now, here's the thing. In that text, it says, mangled bodies unrecognizable. And then after this, we unlock the ability to see this screen, where there is a set of 5 names, and one is singled out as Jeremy. And then there's, like, some sort of divider between the other 4. So Jeremy is almost assuredly, in my mind, the name of what we know as the boy. Thank you, Rat Muncher, for the Tier 2 resub of 118 months. Appreciate it. Now, this entire segment is very bizarre because it's the only part of the game that's like this fucking weirdly animated Blender shit. There's no other part of this game we have found that has stuff like this. And you might be thinking this looks like a dildo. So let's click on it. Take note of how, like, dissonant and terrifying the audio is. Look, like, it doesn't make sense, right? That sounds like a baby crying in the background. But there's no item in the game that makes anywhere near as much fanfare as discovering this fucking thing. It is kind of funny, and it's called love. That's not what that was. So that's why I think that's an example of the AT wave censoring something. And I think that icon is supposed to be a baby. That's a big fucking stretch. It is. It is an extremely fucking big stretch. But I want to bring up the image I was showing earlier. Sorry, for some reason the fucking thing's all like gamma saturated. Give me a sec. It does look a lot like a little birthday hat. And this anagram, one of the only things that we have found that is legible is find red baby in road. I thought it was find baby in red road. And I was like, where is there a fucking red road in this game? That area is the only place that even remotely looks like a road. And red baby doesn't make a lot of sense. But it's a red object that looks like a child's party hat. So it could be. It could be. It's a reach. But with these anagrams, there's only so, once they get that long, it's really hard to like get anything that's even remotely legible that does not have extra characters left over. So I'm thinking this is the best thing I've seen. Because find baby and red baby and road is also instructive. Like the bottom line is a freebie and it's an instruction. So logically speaking, the other two lines are going to be some sort of directive that you have to perform. So find red baby and road means that in order to do the second step, you have to complete this segment of the game. It's a reach, but it's the best. Like, I've got some people who have been working on this anagram who are definitely smarter than me who have not figured out anything as far as I'm aware. And if you know, don't tell me. But like I know Splitton was talking in the mod chat how he gave like 4 of his friends the anagram to try to figure out something. Well, here's the thing, AF. I think specifically, the reason I have this image is that bottom left picture is the basement where there's stairs that can clearly, they're accessible. There is, in order to progress, you can, and get in the boy room, you have to force the boy up those stairs. Where do they lead? I don't know. But they're not blocked off. Like the way the room is structured kind of implies that they are blocked off, but they're not. So if we take that last line, which is, I am of the opinion that last line is so easy for, like, to kind of ease you into it, right? It's to teach you that it's an anagram, but it's also getting you thinking about stairs. And that is a very notable instance of stairs. We have not been, you cannot go up those stairs. So if the rest of this is instructional and it's like the video, I'm convinced that this anagram is going to tell us a sequence of events that allows us to go up those stairs. I'm 100% convinced that's what this is, but I haven't been able to fully figure it out. Now that middle line, I made more progress idea-wise with it if, and only if, all of the previous assumptions are right, which is a big fucking if. I thought about it and I was like, wow. That room that the stairs are in, that area, you can control the temperature of that area. You can control the AT wave output in that area, and that is the only area in the game where you can do that. It is also one of only 2 areas where you're capable of like putting the AT waves above 7 and inducing a seizure in the player character. So I started thinking like, you can put AT in that middle line, and it would make sense to use the Iru, the device to change the parameters of that bottom left room, in a certain specific way, because there's been actual instances of us doing that. We have to turn it to 47.3 and S in order to get the medicine item. That's like a concrete 100% objective mechanic in the game, is using that to affect change. You can use it to kill the boy. You can use it to slow the boy down. So if those stairs are the goal, it has to be something that is instructing us in regards to that room. And the biggest thing with the anagram is there's 2 parts of it that stand out to me. The letter Z only has a very few like possible things it could be in a sentence. Some of the possibilities are anglicize, 0, Sub-Zero, Gaze, Raise, and Blaze. One of the last items we found was in fact matches, so Raise and Blaze is definitely a possibility. But another thing too is, if I was thinking, okay, an anagram, it must, like, if you want an anagram to be genuinely difficult, that's a tough thing to do, right? Because people are going to put it in anagram solvers, and more you can use like AI engines to give you like a bunch of possibilities to descramble it for you. So if you were to use AT in the sense of AT waves, that would really fuck up any attempt to use an anagram solver, because they would be reading at. Without like knowledge of the game or AT waves, you would never actually know that you were looking at like the correct thing if it uses either the IRU or AT, which are both possibilities in that middle line. So if you were to set the AT to 9, anyone who isn't familiar with the game would assume that has to do with time. At 9. Like, there's no clock. There's no way we're aware of to set the time. So it would be a way of preventing, like, brute forcing without... Like, an AI engine would never get it, basically, is my theory. And I could be completely wrong. And the anagram answer could be in another language. But I think the bottom one... Seizure is another thing, yes. Because that is also one of the only rooms, one of two, where you can have a seizure. I don't think that's a coincidence. Now, I haven't concretely puzzled out anything in the middle line, but I think I'm on the right track. It's also important to note that you can have unrecognizable in there, and frozen, which is part of the text from the lamp. You following all of this? Is it all making sense, guys? Crystal fucking clear, right? I feel bad for anyone who walks in and just like doesn't have any idea what's going on. But the reason I kind of like am thinking that first line about find baby makes sense is we are in our family house. And the item is literally called love. But it doesn't look like anything even remotely resembling like a traditional symbol of love. And it makes a terrifying noise when you pick it up. And I swear to God, if you listen to that noise again, it really sounds like there's a distorted baby cry in there. So I think that is meant to be indicative of a baby. I think that in the context of everything we know, the sentence, find red baby in road, does make sense. I am willing to admit that I am almost assuredly wrong about all of that. But there's only so fucking much I have to go on, you know? It's getting increasingly difficult to make any sort of headway in this. Deeply unsettled by what you dug, you decide to let it there where you found it. This is the killing tree. Relative of the killing floor. It's also worth noting every single ball in the game is described as being out of place. It's really not. Like, there's a basketball court here. It doesn't really seem all that out of place to me. A rifle that looks like a real one. The magazine is missing. Also, come on, you fuck. Sorry, he's shy. There's a minuscule chance that there will be an apparition that appears in there. There's also this one outside place that has no use. Yeah, there's a few areas where, like this, where... The truth is I'm the red baby in the road? It could be a reference to a miscarriage. There's tons of coat hangers and stuff, so there's, like, infanticide imagery, in my opinion, put in several places of the game. The coat hangers aren't really the right type that you would traditionally use to yeet your fetus, but see, it says the ball looks out of place. Also, someone earlier asked, like, the seizure thing. I'll demonstrate it again. This is the second room in the game where you can experience seizures. And they're induced by the AT waves being above level 7. I don't know if this is matter-of-factly supposed to be representative of a seizure. But later on in the game, it tells you to fry your brain, and how you fry your brain is going in there. What are those white words that popped up quickly? When I looked at the footage, it says, like, they're all dead or something like that, and are you scared? But it's not the same thing every time. Like, there's multiple possibilities. And when you go in here, it's like this featureless fucking room. I believe this says Flora. The only interactable is this, which goes through, like... Why did it feel so... Why wasn't I able to unrecognize it? Blasting me with waves, trying to get me to kill myself. Sometimes it's hard not to give in. It's hard to witness my own decline. Hard coming back to my apartment and seeing it ransacked with files on my computer missing. I know they think I'm psychotic, because I truly am acting psychotic, and that makes me an unreliable narrator. Why do I forget so much? So this is the part where he's saying that he's being blasted by somebody, and it's causing him to forget things, including what the boy looks like. And he also mentions someone else who got blasted with waves. I am 100% convinced he's referencing the boy when he says that. You following, guys? Makes sense, right? Game's just really sad. Well, it could be... It could end up having a happy ending. There's this thing right here. There's a note that details, like, a sequence of movements you make in order to... open that. And that unlocks the cache, which the cache is an item where in certain screens you can press C. We solved this. Basically, this is detailing like a sequence of nonsense you have to put into the YouTube search engine in order to get a video. And that is how we initially found out how to do that click on a brick, suck your own dick, get in the house thing. Because it's not even remotely figure outable without going in there and figuring out the video. So one interesting thing about that sequence with the house is it creates another area where you can use the cache that you previously couldn't, which is where we get this Jeremy, Julia, Matt, Edward, and David thing. I'm not convinced this is necessarily a YouTube video because it doesn't have the 1 out of 6. So it implies that, like, whatever this is detailing is self-contained. Like, there's not a second part of this more likely than not. Like, this clue, we're just supposed to ascertain what is needed from this, but it couldn't necessarily... Like, it doesn't have to be instructive, necessarily. This could just be a bit of world building. But I want you to, like... I said earlier, the character known as the boy, I think, is Jeremy. And I'm going to explain why I think that is. So, notice that there's, like, that divider, right? There's, like, a divider between Jeremy and the other four. So, let's look in the basement. The basement has one locked door, something that is just objectively not true. So when you click on that censored item, it says a small closet where you find a bottle and you get a bottle. But if you look at here, you can actually see that door uncensored, and there is no closet at all. It's just a locked door. This one actually seems like it has multiple locks on it. But there's no closet. So that's 2 locked doors. Just, you can't interact with this one. You go in here and there's a 3rd locked door. And here there is a 4th locked door. Now these other 2 are protected from the fuse box, but that means there's 4 locked doors in the basement where there is objectively a child being held. And there are 4 names. And if you look at the image, let me get the right image. It roughly corresponds to like a map where there's 2 on either sides of the hallway and the others are like, you know. So I think it's saying that Jeremy is the one beyond this threshold, because this is a threshold. All your lights go off. You're not allowed to see in the corridor. Every movement feels sluggish. Your head hurts. It also is important to note that it says you're not allowed to see in the corridor, which means that's an act of censorship. So I could be entirely off, and there is, on one frame of there, if you mouse over the corners, it says something along the lines of the kids are already gone, there's no reason to open the doors. I'm paraphrasing. But it's just a confusing nightmare. And going back to the child imagery, there's literally a crib where if you click on this, so in the images that come in the archive that the game is found in, there is one named Shift. And this is the image known as Shift. You can see that it's a picture of, you can see the coat hanger. And you can see the crib. But there's 6 images in there. And one of them implies, like, why take an image of a coat hanger? And then there's like this baby crib, and I've tried pressing shift, but like I have not found anything even remotely useful about that image or this crib. So some of the other images are return, which is this, it's a fucking corridor. And there's also what appears to be like eyes on the left. I think those eyes are another one of the images called cold. I think this is something's face. There's also one called unused, which is this image of what appears to be a boiler. And well, which is by far the most interesting because there's, if you zoom in, there's a map of the boys' room there. And so I personally think that the boys' room has another so this is the boy room. If you zoom into the well, this is what it looks like. Where there's the corridor, which we know what the corridor is and we know what the boy room is. And it mentions those stairs from, like I was talking about earlier, that you can't access. But there's very definitively another corridor behind. And it is mentioned when you go into the boy room, but we don't know how to get there. And I think that well is on the other end of the boy room. Because if you look at the metadata for the pictures, it shows a timeline where you enter the well. So if you look at the pictures, let me make sure I'm getting my shit right. The well picture was taken July 5th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. The return picture is taken the same day at 5:24 p.m. So 23 minutes later. So if return is showing the corridor, then that we know for a fact there's no well on our side of the corridor. So I'm fairly confident whatever is on the other side has something to do with a well. Will we see it? I don't fucking know. Why, hello, Tolomeo, can I get a birthday song? Yes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Black Royland. Happy birthday to you. Alright, I'm going to go take a piss. Thank you, DCB, for the 77 months. I appreciate it. Shit. My headphones fell. It's Tuesday, isn't it? What are you doing looking at my cache? I'm gonna fuck your mum if you keep looking at me like that. Yeah, that's the boy. I'm convinced that the reason this pops up is because, like, these caches clearly allude to YouTube. So, like, you tab back in and you see this. If you move the mouse even a little bit, he disappears. And he does not pop up on the 7th cache with the Jeremy, David, Edward, etc. But going back to that, let's listen to some audio. So that says, it describes 4 victims, one of which is a female, all of them never found. Well, that's like the worst thing ever, because I thought for sure you have to go with the typewriter's example, because like if we go to that image, this describes 5. We know Jeremy, if Jeremy, the assumption that he is the boy is correct, it's saying 4 victims, although it says victim 3 out of something, which implies there's actually 6. But it describes 4 people, and only one of them is noted as being female. All of them never found, which... What if one of the victims wasn't the boy and the boy wasn't found? Well, one of the victims could be Carol. That's a possibility. And the female was described explicitly as being 14. So we can... The reason that one... Hold on. Someone's trying to break into my room. Sif? Autumn, you fuck? Are you trying to break into my room? Are you trying to scare me?
No, I was closing it because Sif started to open it.
Okay, I thought you were trying to like slowly open the door.
I was helping.
Sorry, my bad. Oh. Where was this cache again? It's in the little corner that says everything is broken. So that seems logical, right?
Victim number 3, male, age 26, height 176 centimeters, never found. Victim number 4, male, age unknown, height 161 centimeters, never found. Victim number 5, female,
Female.
14, height 149 centimeters, never found. Victim number 6, male, age 29, height unknown, possible remains found or dead.
That actually said possible remains found. I've never been able to adequately hear what that last line says, but I think it said possible remains found on the last one. Let's listen again.
Victim number 3, male, age 26, height 176 centimeters, never found.
Never found.
Victim number 4, male, age unknown, height 161 centimeters, never found.
Never
Victim
found.
number 5, female,
Female.
18, height 149 centimeters, never found.
Never found.
Victim number 6, male, age 29, height unknown, possible remains found or dead.
Possible remains found under is what that says. That actually makes a lot of sense because of something that happens later on. I've actually never been able to accurately understand what that, but I'm 99% sure it says possible remains found under. Under something. Under what? Well, the boy is not remains. The boy is definitely very alive, kicking. So now there are possible remains, and it is almost assuredly one of those 4 names. It is not Julia, because there's only one that was described as explicitly being female. So it would be Matt, Edward, or David. You know? We all love Matt, Edward, and David. It could be this. Head has been crushed beyond recognition. Smell is unbearable. But that doesn't seem like possible remains. That seems like it's very clearly remains of something. I think it might be talking about the... Yes, Mocha, it might be the meaty substance. It would not make sense for it to be the thing you dig up, because that is like clearly cataloging like missing persons, and if they dug that up, they would not just like put it back underground. What would be the point of that? I mean, I suppose it's possible. Maybe he's a dickhead, but like... And then there's these. Like, what the fuck is this? Please. Please! Is this white male fart porn, please? I need you to be the creamy chicken cheddar noodles on my black funnel cake, please. White male farts. And it has that bottom left thing that... Hello, Damiez. Carol looking for stars. You found paint. Shh. Does this look like the bottom left thing in the other text? It does, doesn't it? Like, here, let me bring it up. Oh, do I even have it? I may not. Oh, right, here it is. So, like... They told me the risks of returning, and there's like, it's not the same, obviously, but there's, that almost looks like a card. Doesn't it? Not what's in the game, but like that text box almost looks like a card of some sort. It's got that like rounded corner on the side. I don't know. It's like B or E flashing. Please, it's like a 33. Well, it is French. Isn't there like... Is it called Expedition 33? Maybe this is viral marketing for that game. Everything is broken. It got louder. I feel like it's a shepherd's tone. I don't know if it's actually getting louder. Okay. Well, now we have to play the game. Like, there's still a lot of game. Like, if this is your first night watching it, like, this is before the interesting part. Well, that's not entirely true. Okay, I need to make, like, this part I can actually fuck up and die. So let me... This device is the Iru. This is the thing that controls the parameters of the boy room. You can set it to 0. You can set it, the temperature, low. And this is apparently what you're supposed to do. It took about 3 hours to explain what's going on. I mean, yes and no. I have been trying shit. I've been thinking about, like, that fucking text that wasn't there before and just explaining, like, what I think is happening. So it's not even explaining what's going on. It's what might be going on. So this right here, you can see once again there's clearly a route behind his door. You can unlock all doors, and because we made the parameters 0 AT waves, we have enough time to lock the corridor. If you don't do that, he just sprints out into the corridor and kills you. Like, you immediately die. Like, he can chase you to the ends of the earth. The only place he can apparently not get you is outside. Which could be interesting. But see, those are the stairs that he can go up. Like, you can go up those stairs. So that's why I think the anagram is talking about this. The black squares are censorship. I don't know if you've ever seen Petscop, but basically the AT waves can censor things and prevent you from seeing them. I don't think it's our character, like, taking the pictures, who is censoring objects. It's the government body. And they don't even make sense. It doesn't make sense, because, like, this one right here that my mouse is on is where you get the bottle, but if you click on this door, you can see it. And it says that that is a closet. But it's not. And I don't know if that's a mistake. This seems too meticulous to be just an error. So where did we get that fucking bottle? That is the same door. I don't know. Like, I'm just not smart enough for this fucking game, bro. Like, this game's fucked up. So let's go through here. I'm gonna go through this slowly to try to find something. Because I think it's... They let them go. The doors should remain unopened. Let who go? What doors? The ones that are locked? You could spell out a lot of things, Moonwatching. I think the second anagram, you need to focus on what the Z is supposed to be. It is an extraordinarily uncommon letter. So... Oh, God. I've thought about a few things. You can freeze this room with the stairs. You can set the temperature to 0. You can set the room to freezing. It described a house as frozen in dialogue before. We get matches, so burning or raising something, blaze, could be a possibility. So this is interesting. Like, these files right here, recorded activity from the boy. This dialogue actually changes about whether or not you have Carol's hair. All meant for broadcasting. Last entries from 2020. So many others in the building, but they all perished. I thought they let them go. And you're certain there are so many other buildings. You claim it was Carol's hair, but you'll never be certain. That last line is only there if you have Carol's hair. So it's like calling into question that this is even like her hair. You'll never be certain that it's her hair. This could be victim number 6. A meaty, horrifying substance. It moves as if it's breathing. It looks like a body bag almost, and that part kind of looks like a face. But then you click on the left. No, not this part. And you get stairs. You cannot move. No, the body that's not supposed to be alive is undoubtedly the boy, because it describes him as having a mind addled with psychosis and paranoia, which explains why he's immediately hostile to everything. And once this room is normally at an AT wave level of 9, and when the AT waves are fast, he moves fast, but when you turn them to 0, he moves sluggishly. So that implies that he's been conditioned and reliant on the AT waves, because he slows down when you turn them down, which is the complete opposite. Like when we are exposed as a person to those waves, even as someone who has presumably been exposed to them before, we start like having tinnitus and having like fucking episodes. So I'm fairly certain that is the boy who has a body that shouldn't be alive, because he's also... all that is even... like, it's stupid to even describe that, because he's very clearly physically mangled. But I haven't found anything else to interact with over here. And then you go in here. And someone said this is a wine cellar. I don't know what this room is supposed to be. You could pick up a few things of evidence. This is one of the only places, maybe the only place, where the items are clearly marked as evidence. Small bit that supports your red baby in the road theory. The MP3 file sound for your footsteps during the entire sequence is called Rhodes Footsteps. So this right here. You thought there was supposed to be a wall here when you saw the videos. Remember, that entire house segment is talking about there is a video. We found a video. But instead, there's another corridor even longer than the previous. This is the most confusing bit of text in the game, because it talks as if the corridor is simultaneously there and not there at the same time. Even longer than the previous one. It's a tunnel and it stretches for miles, as if it had been dug by hand for years. I wish we could have gone further before the whole building collapsed. I wish it all led to something. I wish what we did mattered. I wish we could have saved him. I wish we could have saved anyone. We ended up dissolving the group after this tragedy, but I haven't given up. Nobody will ever know about the AT program and AT Connect. I lost my mind in the process. You should have seen this tunnel. It stretched for miles. And miles and miles and miles and miles. I'm so sorry. And in this frame in particular, there is something that says, "We will rise from our ashes." That has to be from the perspective of the children that died. Those are the only people that we know have concretely died. What building collapsed? That's a good fucking question. And yes, I know I've BBW Slayer. I have tried to solve that anagram. I know tunnel's in there, but I'm not good at anagrams. Where does it say that? Right here. It's very, very, very faint text. Like, you have to really fucking squint to see it. I can turn the gamma up on this and you will be able to clearly see it. Give me a moment. And then there's the TV remote. Something else in the dark? It's possible. It's definitely possible. It's either a wine cellar or a soap cellar. You know what? I'm going to turn the gamma up like 20% just on your guys' end. I'm not going to see anything differently, but maybe if they... Because I did not find that. I think that was Skiui who noticed that text there. So I don't think it should be too rough on the eyes, but it should be able to be a little easier to see things like that in the event there's something else. Because I really suck at seeing stuff like that. Mentioned tunnels. I'm 100% certain the stairs. Like, the last line of the anagram says go upstairs. Find red baby in the road. Then the bottom one, go upstairs, and then there's something involving this. This is a really fucked up room because there's like this, which is an unusual place because there is nothing you can do in here besides look at this meaty substance. So I'm absolutely convinced something needs to be done in this room that will allow you to go up the stairs. Does cache work? It only pops up with, like, if it says C. I could just try playing, like, pressing C over every screen. What is the title of... This is not the same boiler. There's no way this is the same room. Because if you look at the boiler in the picture, it's, like, fucked up and encrusted and, like, old looking. And that one is brand spanking new. There is zero chance that is the same thing. Sometimes to go up, you must go down. Alright, well, let's go back. Is it the fact that it's so new kind of odd in such a dilapidated room? Yeah. You know, now that I think about it, these noises could be like the like other kids and shit, like in behind the locked doors. I don't know. I'm getting pretty filtered by this game. Like, I think I've done a reasonably good job getting as far as I have, but this shit makes me feel some kind of way, man. Like, it's getting increasingly elaborate. And now it's like, man, even if I figure out this part, what's next, bro? Am I going to have to, like, learn the Da Vinci Code? So the remote is used for this. And I actually thought, because people pointed out, one of the... Is it this image? Let me see. Some odd capitalization in this image. That the Julia has an L that is capitalized, which is very unusual for a name. So I thought maybe you type Juia. Doesn't do anything. It's worth noting that despite this being a capitalized L, the case of the input for L does not matter player side. You do not have to capitalize it. Everything has been lowercase so far. But doing that little bit opens up this. Which... I'm pretty sure that thing in blue is the entity that was looking at us from the stairs earlier. Like, that is a very unusual color that looks like someone's shirt. You can't do anything with it. If you stay there, nothing happens. Part of me feels like there's something more to do here, but like, I'm fairly certain I found almost everything that's findable before this segment, because this segment gives you the medication, which unlocks a lot of content. I'm just really worried that like the solution for me to progress is stupid simple and I'm just a maroon and I've been overthinking it. But that really that has not often been the case in this game so far. $47,3S. So when I was doing the anagram, I thought Z could pertain to medication. There's a lot of medications with Z in it. And there was one that was an anti-epileptic medication, like anti-seizure. But I don't think it's like a tertiary effect of the medication. I don't think they actively prescribe it for that, so I don't think that it's a thing. But it's like thiazine or something, and it's usually used for like pest control. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, haven't there been instances of like pest control chemicals causing birth defects and shit like that in pregnant women? Or am I just like manifesting that out of nowhere? Could have sworn that was a thing at some point. Maybe it's more important than I think, considering all the pregnancy motifs in this game. Like, maybe it's actually important. Maybe this is an anti-Monsanto propaganda game. Anything's possible. But I don't think that specific chemical had really been implicated. Okay. So what the medication allows you to do is you can go over here. And you put the temperature to 47. The waves to 3, and then you shock. Now let's put this back down, because I always forget. And what that does is if you open this door... Can someone... You know what? There was like a frame of something that wasn't this at the start of that. You think anyone could go back and try to pull that frame? The very first frame where there's any sort of light. Oh God, you don't know how many more there are. You're only scratching the surface. You made promises you couldn't keep. Now it's all Jolina, it's all Jolina, it's all Jolina. Remember, the house had like a picture that said, "I can fix it, I promise," or something to that effect. And he just said, "I made promises I couldn't keep." Drown in your sorrows and get lost inside my gaze. Pattern on the right. also matches one of your screenshots. I don't know if that means anything or if it's a reused texture. That's what I'm thinking, Ramelia. Like, I think that's the strongest idea I have. But the thing that's fucking crazy is there's 2 items. Like, the 2 items we haven't found are in between the medication and garden tools. The next sequence we get fryer and matches. And then I'm just kind of like, ooh? I have let it play out off stream. He just keeps laughing for indefinitely. So the garden tools allow you to interact with, funnily enough, the garden tools. And it tells you, go and fry your brain. I'm a bit scared at the moment now. I'm gonna try something. I feel like I've tried this, but I'm gonna try it again for good measure. It's your McDonald's order if you have to eat the spicy chicken sandwich. Not the McChicken. I think it's called like the spicy McCrispy. It's pretty good. Stuck in my head for a week after. Yeah, I know. I feel really bad that I haven't been able to stream this game as much because like people were really into it, and it's like I think people still kind of are, but it's been 3 weeks, so I wish I got to play it a little more, or I was capable of progressing quicker. But it's been pretty good, despite those things. Even better if I could figure this shit out. Sif, do not do that during this game. See, this is... I put the AT waves to 9, so you can have your seizures in here. Thank you, Bookish Worm, for the 14-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Damn. It also doesn't give you the bit where you fry your brain if you do this. So let's do it the right way. Can you type in every room? You can, but I don't know what I would type. Because the only time I've had to type anything longer than an L, I had specific instructions to do so. And I have tried to type random shit in a lot of the rooms, like the names in particular on the radio as the radio was playing out. I tried to be like, after this, type Matt, type Julia. Let's play hide and seek, watch me from above. So that gives us the matches. Like there was a fella in there. There is definitely a fella in there. Finally got a fucking screenshot of the flash I just DM'd you. Okay. So I'll show... This does not look immediately like anything. Perhaps this is like... Huh. the fuck? Maybe this is telling us we need to play Dwarf Fortress. It does kind of look like there's something in the background, but it... I don't know. Almost looks like a map to me. Definitely looks like something I made in Dwarf Fortress. Total Goblin Death? Shroogy? Oh, wow. Wow! Okay. Let's go do this. This is the last bit of content I know of. After we do this part, I'm current. You can hide me under your stairs or your floorboards all you want. I'll forever be here. No, Envy, you haven't really missed anything. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm not... It's going to be hard to, like, ascertain what to do from this point forward, I think. Oh. That is actually kind of interesting. What? No, that's actually fucking crazy. Okay. Look at that. So AF got us this image. That's a fucking fence. Or something. Like, that looks like an actual background. That does not look like random noise. That may even be the moon. Although there's a box on the top left, but that does not look like... Can you draw him pointing at the fence? That does look like it's outdoors. Oh my god. Kind of see a field. Yeah, like that in the back. Most of this noise is trees. You have like the post here, the lines. Could be an electric fence. There's like a box looking thing over here. And then there's darkness back there. It really looks like he's outside by some trees. Me with no Cheetos left in bag? For real, dude. But yeah, that's what I got. Like, I have no fucking idea what to do next, to tell you the truth. Imagine that guy chomping on your face. Yeah, I mean, chomping on my fence. I found something. What did you find? Thank you, Artemis, for 3 months in advance. I appreciate it. Thank you. I also DM'd you. Okay. Wow. Okay. Here's another frame. Okay. Wow. It seems like there's multiple frames. Hold up. Let me try to find... I have so many random images. Okay, so Jenna found this, which looks like the box. Let me... It looks like a continuation of the previous image. Like... Seems like the same part of the fence. Looks like a sign on an electric fence. It does. So... I think my current theory is that this image right here is an active sensor by the AT waves. Like, I think there was a brief moment, like, prior to the image being processed for censorship, that it shows that there's, like, a deliberate act of trying to censor the background of where this guy is. And it's like a subliminal message almost. You're so wise. Oh, good, you're here. I can ban you from here too. Go ahead and go back to your VTuber stream, bro. Okay. Here's the thing, Denden. So, I may not be the wisest. Actually, let me unban you so you can hear this, because I don't think you can watch the stream. But, dog, I've seen you talk, and you are literally the scum of this website. You belong in, like, a VTuber or Pokemane's chat, sitting there and worshiping the queen, dude. Like, anytime I've talked bad about you, I'm not joking. I genuinely think you're a reprobate. You're so annoying. You're not even worth wasting breath on, bro. I hope you find God or whatever will make you into a 20% tolerable person, but you're mad annoying, bro. I'm sorry that my mediocre intellect makes you so uncomfortable. 32-minute Zuck kill, we out. That shit, I had, like, more trouble than I thought with that. What did he... Well, he was in the Discord saying the same shit. Like, oh, well, shut up. No one wants to hear about the fucking game. So, I don't know what his problem is. But I do know he's not my problem anymore. Pokemon can have him. Been grid mastering? Yeah. Checking mod chat? Okay. Oh, God. I want to... No, I know you do. I know that, like... I'm not... I can usually gauge how interested the stream is in something, and people are pretty interested in this. So, it's on the right wall? Okay. Oh, fuck. I missed that? Oh, man. I have, like, molested almost every surface in this fucking game. But is it gonna... A play from the audience's point of view. A play from the audience... Okay, so we're... Alright, this is an active hide and seek. So we need... Okay. A play from the audience's point of view. A computer. A TV. Something from the audience's POV. So we're probably going to have to... He was under the stairs, and the recording says that there were remains found under something. But that was a sneaky place to hide it. Okay, so I think that's going to be the meta now. I think it's going to be like pixel hunting in this portion. So we're playing hide and seek with him now. A play from the audience's point of view. A camera. A TV. Oh my God. What? There is a non-zero chance it's the TV in the other house. There are other options, like in here, because this is something we can be an audience for. But I think we're gonna have to like really look for like hidden. No, you don't actually need to do the house first. All you need to do is get the TV remote from the wine cellar. I actually found like all of these well after finding all of this shit. Audience's point of view. I think it might be time to cut the power. I don't want to... I'm going to pick it up. Never mind. I feel like that's a dangerous item to pick up because it's the AT emitter. Audience's point of view. Maybe he's saying like the audience is shit and we need to look in the toilet. Audience's point of view. The upper level doesn't make sense because it's how we started the sequence. Like looking down. This is gonna be all of the unused frames. I've always thought this POV was weird because there's never been anything to it ostensibly. This is the audience's point of view because that is the room the children were in. That's where all this shit with the children is, like the drawings and stuff. So the audience is the people observing the children. I didn't use that logic to find this, but in retrospect, that is what that means. You're doing something you might regret, but it's something you can't change. Cartridge. We got a new item. There was a text there. Light a fire? I didn't see that, but we have a cartridge. I'm so fucking smart. The video game. Oh no. Maybe I'm not that smart. Is this a red road? Holy shit. My eyes... Oh, the gamma must make this segment unbearable for you guys. I'm sorry. Okay, there's a big, tall, black guy over there. What? Okay, what am I? Like, what am I? My player character looks like a key. You cannot escape the program. You are a target. Even though this is like a different control scheme. Oh, I can't leave any. Oh, there we go. I should entertain the possibility of needing to click on stuff. Dead people. I'll never not see them. Where did you see that? Oh my god. I see it. I need to really be paying attention to this shit. Okay, so there's start a fire. I'll never not see them. It is weird that there is a singular white pixel right here. It doesn't look like I can click on it. But that's bizarre. Holy shit. Okay, here's a fourth one. You had to feel guilt just to remember why you started this? So it's... I don't think... The white pixel is my mouse. The one on that image wasn't. Let me go back and see. I don't know if that Jolina figure is the boy anymore. Tile pattern similar to AV sensor thing you were talking about? I don't know, maybe. Thank you, Metal Breach. So look, my mouse is not that pixel. That pixel is an anomaly. I need to remember that in case there's like a puzzle. It's the single white pixel in the entire sequence so far. I don't think that's a coincidence. Oh, what the fuck is this? That's the... Fuck! Can I go back in? Oh my god, we have to play... We got a matchbox now. We still have 2 items. The items are going all the way fucking down, too. Think of a place to use that? Yeah, I can, too. I don't know if it's going to be the right place, but... No, Sex Hamster, I have not. Okay, not the trees. Am I fucking... I'm bugging out. Did something move in there? Well, I think we're done with hide and seek now, JFC. Because we got an item from it, so I think that sequence may be over. But now we kind of have to go through every place we've been to see if the matchbox does anything. And we also need to go back to that game segment, because there was definitely stuff further in. But the thing I interacted with ended it prematurely. Is there an angle in the bathroom? I didn't see one. The basement seems like it would be a pretty dog shit place to start a fire. I think if it's something in the basement, we might be able to go up the stairs now. Oh, you started a fire, turn on the light. We got a bell. One of the items. Okay, so, like, I think we've gotten everything up until this point. A light. Turn on the light. It's this. Gun. Okay, escape this prison. It's not the rifle. Oh, no, we got it. Okay, I just noticed. No. Escape this prison. I think I know where we gotta go, boys. It's way too hot in here for you to go... Right. I'm a fool. No, maybe I don't know where to go. Sorry, this part is a little confusing to navigate sometimes. There's no way I have to, like, trigger this thing and shoot it, right? I haven't been able to get it to pop up. Okay, I did, but I can't shoot it. That actually scared the fuck out of me this time. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. It's the same music from the road segment. It's raining. It's raining. It's raining, too. The text said that it was raining after finding the lock of hair. What is that? This appears to be a point of no return. I can't go back anymore. That must be where the stairs went. It has to be. No, no, that's... I know what that is. That's... We looked... That's the garage door. Is it fucking snowing now? There's the fence. That's the fucking fence. 100% that's the fence. What the fuck? That looked like a drawing. There's the sign. There's no way this isn't the fucking... That's actually crazy that that little flash frame foreshadowed this. That means I was right about what it was, too. First time for everything, boys. This dude's a midget, bro. So okay. Jokes aside, that means this is a child. Right? Uh-oh. There's another building over there. That... Oh, man. Oh, man, bro. Different fence? Are you sure? It looks like the same fence to me, bro. Like, it looks like the same one to me. I'm really worried there's going to be, like, things to click on that are not the obvious route forward. Oh, no. Oh, no, bro. Originally, the plan was to raid the basement. We were very underprepared. We had just located the building and we wanted to act quick. I think somehow they knew we had found out, they knew about our plan, because when we arrived at the scene, the building had been deserted. We then realized how big the place really was. There wasn't just a single boy in a room. There were dozens of other cells. And there was a rotting corpse in every single one of them. We were absolutely devastated. When we got to the last room, the one that had been broadcasted, we came face to face with a humanoid figure. We could barely recognize him. He was rotting, but he was still alive. That's clearly the boy's room. I didn't know what to do. He didn't look aggressive at first. I was stunned. I didn't say anything. Then Julia entered the room, alerted by my lack of responses. Julia is not a child. Those names were not children. That was... I'm Jeremy. I'm Jeremy. I'm the last one remaining. The others died. The boy killed all 4 of them, I bet. She saw him crawling on the floor. She freaked out and shot him dead. Thank you, Oak Tree. Every night when I go to sleep, I remember one thing. He wasn't screaming at us. He was screaming in pain. I swear I heard him beg for help. He was begging for help and we shot him. They decided to leave after this massive failure. But I wish I could have stayed. When we left, I took one last look at him, bleeding to death. And I swear to God I saw him breathe. For years, I've wanted to go back. Until recently, I decided to do so. The whole place was abandoned, but it looked so different. The boy was not in the room anymore. I decided to burn this place down to finally put the memories to rest. But as the flames started to spread, I found a lock of hair in a pot. I hadn't checked the tunnel. I'll forever feel guilty. I'll dismantle the program one day. What an amazing fucking game. Holy shit. Dude, I didn't figure all of it out on my own. No. Like, honestly, dude, like, noting that angle at the stairs, that was fucked up. And that's crazy to me because when he showed me a picture of that angle without the eyes. So that means, like, you could click on it before that point. It really was just, like, something stupid. The anagram didn't even matter at all. That's the most fucked up part. Like, the anagram... What the fuck was that? Entire second house in the past didn't matter. Has to be multiple endings. I really don't know, bro. Like, we have to at least see, like, there was part of the video game I didn't explore. This feels pretty final. But you never know. TV. Well, there's gonna, like, okay, one thing I will say is you're right. But there is gonna be a shit ton of stuff that does not get resolved. That is the nature of these games. There was never going to be an ending that made complete sense. Even that made no sense in a lot of ways. The boy was already dead. But he saw him breathing. But then he burned the place down? That doesn't match the recollection of events at all. Not even a little bit. Now granted, the AT waves are a thing, so... Oh man, you burned it down to snow. I know, that's what I'm saying. But what that was saying... Okay, what that was saying is that Julia shot the boy and killed him. We let the boy out. You have to let the boy out to progress to that point. It is not optional. Letting the boy out is one of the concrete must-do things. Didn't kill him, he was breathing. He said he thought he was breathing. Wasn't completely dead. So no, I know, but it's weird that he never mentioned that part at all in the bit about burning it down. Boy was rotting, so I'm guessing... I think he survived. No, the flesh mass is not the boy. I mean, I guess it could be... But that picture, if you look in the background, it was explicitly in the boy room. Doesn't trust anyone. Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. I can't click off. Said the boy was gone when he came back, and when he came back was the coming back was what we just did. Like, that's the game. Locked doors in the corridor with the bottle, the cells. Yeah, 100%. Like, I figured that was the case because I was saying, like, I thought Julia, David, Edward, and Matt were going to be in there, but that's actually the group. We will rise from our ashes. When you do that correctly, you don't run into the actual boy that kills you. Yeah, there is a 100% corporeal boy who could kill you. Now, the interesting thing is the Dweller. I think that ending completely and 100% proves my theory about the Dweller right. Not mentioned at all in the ending. Not even a factor. Nothing significant. So I think it's literally like a manifestation of the AT wave psychosis. So he was burnt from setting the fire. Well, remember there was that text, and I have it in a notepad. The search went nowhere. The house is now frozen in time, a monument to their despair. They fled the scene. We were a few days from closure, but they will never be caught. Tens of deformed faces, some unrecognizable, starving bodies, terrified expressions, a body that shouldn't be alive, but somehow is, a mind shredded by psychosis and paranoia, yet still alive. We couldn't identify any of the bodies. They told me the risk of returning, a single hair and a single lock of hair in a pot. I ran as fast as I could. My heart was pounding. I was horrified. The rain started to fall, and I started to cry. If you ever read this, I'm sorry I lied. You're the only one that remains, and I didn't want to break you twice. She won't see the stars again. We were too late. So it says, a mind shredded by psychosis and paranoia, yet still alive. Like, there was something unique about the boy that reacted in a certain way to the AT waves that the others did not. He was clearly special in some way. We play as camp. Well, I don't think that text is necessarily from the player. Because it says, if you ever read this, I'm sorry I lied. You're the only one that remains. I didn't want to break you twice. She won't see the stars. No, she is 100% Carol. I think. Carol or Julia. But this doesn't sound like it's from the perspective. Why would the character be focused on not wanting to break someone twice? All right. Let's see if we can had it from the start where nothing is burnt. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and there's a possibility. There is a possibility. I don't think it's particularly likely. But what this could be is trying to get you to reenact a specific point of view. Like, you don't take the lock of hair until that very end and something changes. Like, it might be saying, like, that is matter-of-factly what happened, and something happens if you reenact that in-game. You didn't even use the gun. Well, there's a shit ton of items that made no fucking sense. Why did we get an empty bowl? Didn't use the hammer. And it's because we're collecting evidence. Like, it's not a game where you're, like, using the items on everything. But even as, like, an evidence thing, some of the stuff did not make that much sense. And the chronology of it is all fucked up, too. So can we do that with the hair? So there was a point of no return. Stream's fucked. Hold on. It's not fucked. It just opened two things. By a weird message, so it's very out of place. Well, since this is part of a larger ARG, that basically necessitates that this is not going to be a conclusion of the overall story. And because of the nature of the entirety of the story, which is like psychosis induced by waves that are very present in the place that we're at, the order of events may never make complete sense. Because you got to remember, one of the first things we see is you go into this room and you fry your brain, and it describes the character themselves as an unreliable narrator who can't even remember the picture they took of the boy. Can I do the rest? I don't know how much there is for me to do. It's primarily a French thing, my understanding, and I think this is the only game. Like, the rest of it is, like, going through web pages and shit. Yeah, we know about Felled Up. That's why we're talking about the ARG. I looked through his, like, when with the YouTube thing, I found out because, like, the little cache thing with YouTube, I was like, man, I wonder if anyone's played this game. And they said it's, like, made by this guy. And I was like, okay, he's a YouTuber, so YTB has to be YouTube. But my initial thought was that the cache things were going to be, like, in his videos, because the majority of the videos he has, he literally calls them caches. Like, I don't know the exact translation, but I thought, okay, well, maybe 1 out of 6 means there's going to be a part of the game in this particular cache. That's what I was thinking. That was wrong, and then I thought, okay, maybe I need to, like, the 1 out of 6 means I need to take, like, the letters and go through all of the YouTube URLs, and maybe one of his will have, like, the fucking, you know, whatever in it, which now that I'm saying that out loud, that doesn't make that much sense, because one of them was just E, like lowercase e, so that one would have been a bitch. I imagine that is a common thing to see in a YouTube URL, but I was, like, racking my fucking dick trying to figure out what the hell was happening with the YouTube stuff, but it ended up just being typing the stuff into the search bar. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, we need to do that bit with the cache, or the game again. I wondered... Oh, I'm typing the Eru password. I'm silly. So that means that the 2005 house appears to be completely and totally useless to the overall ending, by the way. There's no item in there that I'm aware of that you have to have for that sequence of events. I wonder if the ending's different if you don't do that. Which feels strange. Well, it's the story building stuff. This is just another case of me. Well, okay, so I don't feel as bad. I'm fairly certain I've molested all of these things, but the angle with the ladder, the stairs, does not seem to be activated here. I'm not sure what point activates it. It is there, is it? Go up one? Oh, no, you're right, you're right. God damn it. So this is literally just, it was never that difficult. Like, if I found this, there was a reasonable chance I would have finished it on the first stream. I would not have found the house and all that extra shit. But, like, people were right about the floorboards thing. I really thought he was just saying shit. Now, I did try. Like, I went under here and tried clicking under here, but you just have to, like... Huh. Okay, let me try to speed through this. My hand at floorboards on the stairs, but you need to click a wall. Will you forever feel guilt for not doing this in one stream? No. No. Because if I think, like, if I did it in one stream and got, like, an ending and there were 2 items left, I don't know how compelled I would be to go through and end up finding the house. Like, it could have potentially killed my motivation to keep exploring, basically. Sorry, I'm like... duh, right now. Let me wake up. You'll forever feel guilt for not doing all... No, I won't. Some things something you need to know about me is I very rarely feel guilt. It's not a common thing for me. Like, when I feel guilty, it's things like there was an animal on the side of the road and I didn't pull over and shepherd it into the woods. Like, that's the kind of shit that makes me feel guilty. Alright, let's just fucking blitz this shit. This is such a compelling game, though, dude. It's crazy. I legitimately found this going down the itch.io, like, recent. And I thought it was going to be, like, pretty cool, but nothing particularly noteworthy. Oh, but it's probably the best game I've played in a long fucking time. Almost assuredly. It still bothers me that I can't go up those stairs.
Hello?
Hey. itch.io website crashed right after you finished the game. Hell yeah, brother. See, you thought there was supposed to be a wall here when you saw the videos. Should have seen this. That's the fucking thing, like... God, this is gonna bother me forever. The MP3 file for the name of the dweller moving when you say stop is... That's interesting, but Portland, this is one of the scariest games I think I've ever fucking played. World record for the speedrun of this game is 10 minutes and 15 seconds 4 months ago, and there's only 2 people playing the game. Hello, Gaben. 10 minutes? The dweller is being very nice this time, huh? Cool. It's weird. Like, I would recommend, like, if you're a VOD guy, to, did he turn the game off? No. To watch VODs of this, because it's been an immensely enjoyable experience, but it's one of those things where it just does not fucking make any sense what is going on if you come in at the middle, or even, like 30 minutes in. Meant the speedrun. Oh, he went Katsuki mode. That's pretty funny. I don't care about getting the world record. Distortion was here earlier. Ask him, dude. He could do that shit. Like, just add another one to his list. I want to get the secrets, bro. Favorite moment in the game? Honestly, the first time we went into that second house was insane. Like, the music changes and, like, the shitty, dilapidated place you've been the entire time is completely different, and it makes... It's even more unsettling. That's the fucked up part about it. Is, like... It's ostensibly... That's not the right word. It's apparently, like, a nice, reasonable, well-kept house, but it's scarier than the fucked up, dilapidated place. And nothing happens in it. At all. It's fucked up. I think, honestly, the weakest point is some of the jump scares were kind of silly looking. Like, particularly the one at the tree looked like a fucking... like a weird-ass Jinjo or some shit. And, like, there was a point where I'm like, oh my god, the jump scares are shitty and it's gonna ruin the game. But then it's like... The one where you let the boy out of the room and you hear the steps, like, rapidly approaching you is one of the scariest fucking things I've ever encountered in a video game. That shit legitimately sticks with me. And see, this doesn't look like nothing either. It looks like he's standing next to a crumbling wall. There's a regular wall here. at the bottom left look like a face on that screen? I'm not sure. Shelf with like maybe washing agents or bottles of stuff on it. Killed him before and he never moved. Made it all the more... I know, dude. Like, it was one of those things where sometimes the way people play games can add or detract from an experience. Usually I detract because I stop and talk about unrelated shit constantly. But in this instance, like, the me incessantly diddling the fucking Iru and accidentally burning him ended up, like, it made it seem like he was a complete non-issue. And even when he was alive that one time, I just happened to put the AT waves to 0 so he moves slowly. So the one time where he's just like, and he was rapidly approaching was fucked up. We beat it, Chumpsy, but I'm going back to see because there's a couple of loose ends. Thank you for the 82 months. It's so Jolina, bro. We got it. There's a new game plus to this with 4,000 more things to find. This is legitimately one of my favorite types of games. It's exactly like Worm Game in the sense that the game's like 5 minutes long when you know what to do. But like a first playthrough is gonna be like at least several hours if you're not looking shit up. Like if you're a big brain galaxy son of a bitch, maybe you could do it in a couple hours. It seems unlikely most people would find like all of the shit with the house and stuff in that time frame. I don't know why I'm going here. This was a stairs thing? I mean, yeah, but I made a point to specifically, once I figured out the garden tools was a thing, I tried to molest everything, and I think that transition was one of the only ones, and it pisses me off because I know for a fact it was the, I went up the attic. No, there's really not that much pixel hunting. Most of the items are pretty easy to get. It's things like solving the cache cipher. The anagram I spent a lot of time on. It ended up being not important to the overall thing. The red herrings like that Jeremy, Julia, Matt, Edward picture. For a while, like, I didn't know about the thing that controls the room with the boy because I made an order of operations mistake by cutting the power too soon. So there's some well-hidden items, but I wouldn't say there's that much in terms of pixel hunt stuff. I think the two things that are the most devious would be that stairway, and Carol's hair is actually, like, kind of a pain in the ass to get. Because you have to, like, change angle and then go over here and then change angle and then go over there. It would be really easy to miss that, I think. I feel like the hair was probably intended to be, like, a little harder to find. But I don't know that for a fact. See, when it says a play, it's talking about children playing. This one legitimately looks like a fucking Freddy Fazbear. Like some Five Nights at Freddy's 4 Nightmare animatronic shit. I have a pittance of fucking items. I don't got jack shit. Wonder if anything in the sequence changes. Also, you know, upon thinking a little bit, just like a small dollop of thinking, wait. No fucking way. That was the luckiest shit I've ever seen in my life. That was a 1 in a billion, bro. I was just running into shit. I think that takes me out of it. I don't want to click on that. This is looping back. I don't really fucking know. Okay, now I feel like I need to go back and interact with all of them. I heard them say, run for your life, run. Why is... Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, hell no, dude. Come on. Charles. Charles. Come on. Charles, please. Charles. Alright. There seems to be more to this little video game segment. That was fucking crazy, though, dude. I cannot believe I lucked out into finding that hidden pathway. That shit was nothing but sheer unmitigated fortune, dude. The game closed? No. Oh, yeah, it did. It did. God damn. Who knows what the fuck else there is? What happened? A fucked up, like, pixelated face attacked me. Chosen by God? The game... Yeah, dude, I'm feeling like my dick is a little swole, bro. Like, Dendenso needs to apologize to me. Like... I don't think Pokimane would have found that, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe I'm willing to eat crow if I'm wrong, but like, I don't know, man. That was pretty good. Now, granted, it wasn't really like something I did, but I'll take it. Right after Dendenso said that stuff, you just... Well, to be fair, I was aided a lot by Splittin'. Like, me and Splittin' have kind of tag-teamed this game a little bit. Because there's been points where his ideas ended up being... Like, I know... I trust him, so I know he's not, like, looking shit up. Because we've been talking about, like, the algorithm and stuff in the mod chat. There was that one point with the garden tools where I had the right idea. I typed capital W21, and he suggested do it in lowercase. And that was correct. That was not... I probably would have eventually gone back and tried that, but who knows how long it would have taken, because that was not my natural inclination to do that. So, he's a backseating fucking wiener, basically. Freak. Fucking Splittin', dude. God damn it. But it was fucked up. I will admit, like, that was not really my bad, because, like, it was definitely an uppercase W. So, like, I accept a little bit of culpability for that, but... Oh, you know what? I just remembered a fucking work story that I didn't tell. Okay, so... There's this person in DFW where I used to live who's, like, got promoted to be the regional over there because my boss got promoted this year. And... I'm in a group chat with all the managers, right? And when she got promoted, they were calling her, like, the deputy. So, I think that's lame. but I've never met the deputy, and I was getting pissed because on Sunday we got like this delivery of a new program where my boss has been very like, we have to set it this way. These are the detailed instructions. And usually I'm kind of like given free reign to do things the way I want to do it. But this time it's like, okay, everyone needs to be on the same page. So I'm like, all right, get all my people on the same page. I tell them to follow the instructions to the letter, and they do. They do. The only thing is like specifically the email of instructions did not have detailed instructions for what to do with the excess product. It said, put them on pallets and keep them organized. So I did that. I'm like, okay, I don't know what that means. Just do like the shortest product to the tallest like we usually do, to standard play. Don't do anything crazy. So that's what we did, right? And then on Monday, I think it was, my boss says, the deputy's been looking at pictures and says like there's something wrong with one of your stores or something to that effect. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck would be wrong. And she said like she hasn't told me what it is yet, but I'll get back to you. And I'm sitting here like, this pisses me off because my stores look so much fucking better than DFW. My boss is always telling me DFW's like whack and people are doing dumb shit there all the time. So I'm thinking like, I'm a little pissed because I'm like, I do not want someone like 300 miles away in my business telling me how to do my job. Like I will listen to my boss, but like this person, I do not work for this person. I am supposed to be like equivalent to her in my area, even if that hasn't happened officially. Like my boss has told all the suppliers that is the case, right? So I'm getting a little pissed, and I'm thinking about like, what the fuck could she have a problem with? And I thought, you know what? I bet she doesn't even know what my fucking stores are, and she's talking about like some other state that I have nothing to do with. Because I really was like, I'm looking at my people's pictures, and my new guy Tony is like my favorite fucking dude ever. Like he does such a good job with like, he just gets it, dude. He's a natural, and I'm like, how the fuck could there be an issue with my stores? Like it looks great. I know I'm biased towards myself, but like I take the way things look very seriously. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to figure this shit out. And this was happening the day that I set all of my stuff on Sunday, and then Monday it was set right, but my boss was like, okay, well, there's a last minute change of plans. We're moving it to the opposite side of the store on a different table. And I'm like, okay, so we'd have to redo it all, right? But that's not like a quality issue. Like mine look the same regardless of which side of the store. So I finished that, and I text my boss. I'm like, I got this all done. Did the deputy, I didn't say that, but did she ever tell you what was wrong with my stores? And she's like, let me read the fucking response. You're never going to fucking believe this shit, bro. Because I was thinking this was bullshit. I was thinking there was no actual problem. All right, let me read. I told her I would wait until you got done resetting. Now, I like my boss, but that doesn't make any fucking sense. So there's a problem, and you're going to tell me after I make it a second time? And it was at that point I knew there was no problem. It was bullshit, and she's covering for the deputy. She got someone else's store, and she's trying to blow smoke my way. Because, like, why would you do that? Like, think about that. If someone made a mistake and you could clearly point, this is the mistake, are you going to, A, tell them what the mistake is so when they're resetting it on the other side of the store, they don't make the same mistake again, or B, you're going to wait and see and like let them make them. You would never do two. It literally makes no logical sense. So it was 100% bullshit. No one ever fucking told me what the mistake was, and I know it was like someone else's store because I didn't change anything. I'm like, okay, I don't like the deputy because my first thing with her is she posted like this list of stores getting deliveries in the manager group chat, and my boss had to say, you don't need to include stores on the other side of the country, only the stores relevant to our area. And I'm like, lol. Like, what the fuck? How do you make that mistake, bro? Like, what? That seems like, well, yeah, bro, with the Alaska stores, like, just so you know, bro, just so you know, Alaska's getting it. Who gives a fuck? Why would you ever make that mistake? But it gets better. So I was on the phone with her, my boss, and I'm telling let's just call my boss Wendigo, okay? Her name is Wendigo. Wendigo and the deputy. I'm talking to Wendigo. We're laughing. We're just kind of like talking about how everyone else is trolling. Because apparently she's telling me that the area that the deputy is over, they're making mistakes that are like jokes, bro. It's complete jokes. Complete jokes. Like, we had to take a table with flowers and put like arbs on it. Like rosemary and shit. Like a holiday program. And they were leaving like the color petunia like hanging baskets over like the shit that looks like Christmas trees. It looked dumb. It's like one of the dumbest mistakes you could possibly make. And I'm getting like, she's talking to me about this shit and like all the mistakes they're making over in DFW. And I'm thinking like, Jesus Christ, you're in my shit where all my stuff is exactly to specification and you can't get your people to take the fucking hanging baskets of flowers down? This is jokes, bro. You're trolling me. And so I'm like, whatever. It's ultimately like, I'm kind of vindicated because I was like, oh yeah, did she get back to you? And did it just, you know. So I'm talking to my boss, and I had no idea the deputy was in the car with her, all right? So I'm like, oh, good, great. And the reason I found out is we were talking about like how bad the other company was. And I forget how I referenced it, but I'm like, oh yeah, when that happens, I just say, not my circus, not my monkeys. And I hear this voice, it's Wendigo Circus! And I'm like, oh fuck, you're one of those, huh? That's not even remotely like relevant to what I was like. Who cares? Are you just gonna like fucking like schlick her off? Like, who asked you? Who's talking to you? I didn't say that, but I'm just like, what? I didn't know that I was on speaker. She's got like a bad attitude, bro. And me and Wendigo are chilling. We're like laughing and joking around, and she's saying like, oh yeah, like they left these fucking hanging baskets and shit. I'm like, oh, that sounds like fun. Wish I could be there. And she, yeah, so fun. And I'm just like, wow. I'm like, wow, what a bitch. Like, well, everyone is in a good mood and you're just like being fucking negative. And I'm like, you know what? It's probably because she tried to call me on some shit I didn't do and my boss had to correct her. And now she's probably like upset and fucking crying and shit. Wah. Oh, wah. So sad. So it was just like complete nothing. Like, I don't like the term very much, but it was like a complete nothing burger where it was just like someone just being miserable for the sake of being miserable. Because everyone's pissed because like our company set like the program on Sunday and then the story workforce like, no, it's got to be on the other side. So everyone's like redoing shit and it's like actually a huge pain in the ass. But who gives a shit? Like, the way I look at it is it annoying? Yes, but everything I do is annoying. So like, what do I give a shit if it's vanilla or chocolate annoying? It's all the same. Like, who fucking cares? Like, you go there and you do your shit and it's like, you're done. Just get it done and then you can go home, especially since you're salaried. It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I think we have a bad connection. I keep hearing crying. No, I'm not trying to sacrifice anything right now. Door is locked. Maybe a question. Oh my god, I fucked it up. Hold up. We can fix this. Sorry, I got really sidetracked. I know we're like super into the game, but I just remembered that because I'm like, I'm not a perfect attitude person. I get pissy. I get annoyed. But like, I feel like, I honestly think that if you're in a position of any authority whatsoever, which I'm a district manager, so I have some authority over my area. I would say I have like an above average amount of authority because I'm so far out that my boss, I don't have a regional manager over me. I just report to the director because I'm like the stand-in regional for the time being. One of the weakest things you can do as a leader is getting frustrated and taking it out on your underlings, regardless of like how high up on the totem pole you are. Unless it's like they specifically did something that needs to be reprimanded. If you're mad about something unrelated and you start taking it out on like someone who makes fucking $18 an hour, wham, you know, you're being a bitch. Like, It's not. It's like it's not even really their problem, and like now they're gonna totally respect you as a leader because you can't keep it to fucking together over like a small inconvenience. Good job, dude. You did it. You're winning. Well, I'm not technically the regional manager. I'm a district manager, but I'm trying to get a transfer to a different area. I was supposed to be the regional manager, but I decided I would rather see about the transfer, but I'm waiting until December to see what they offer me because it's a weird niche position where since I work in live goods, there's only going to be work for half of the year. So it really depends on how much money I'd be making and if I can do something like clerical for the other 6 months, like maybe help the HR lady or some shit. So it's like really up in the air. That's why I don't really want to talk about it because I don't want to be like, yeah, dude, I'm totally having this happen. I have to kind of see what they give me. Because earlier this year, they got like the Avengers over and like the high performers got flown out to a different state in order to help fix the stores. And I was part of that crew. And I told my boss like immediately and the company owner like, yeah, I totally want to be here, bro. Like, please send me here. Take things out on your underlings by doing petty shit and gaslighting your employees to thinking it's not on purpose. What? I guess that's what happens to you. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, bro. Like, I want to go in and go out, dude. Like, when it comes to work, no foreplay. I don't want to fraternize with people. I don't want to sit here longer than I have to. Like, I'm in a position where if I get the work done, most of the time I can just go home. So I'm not looking to sit here and, like, start little beefs with idiots or, like, sit there and be best friends with everybody. Like, I'm trying to get the fuck home so I can play RuneScape or whatever the fuck it is I want to do on that particular day. Because I'm still like a fucking turbo virgin introvert homebody that does not want to go outside. Like, I have a job where I work outside, but I don't like doing that much. Like, it's fine most of the time, but I don't really get anything out of it, you know? I want to be Tony's friend? No, because when people... I'm in a position where, like, I have stores spanning over like a 400-mile diameter, basically. Like, I have a huge fucking area with a lot of driving. So the last thing I want is my people to feel like we're chill, like I can totally just not do my job because he only goes to the store like once a week, once every 2 weeks, or whatever the case may be, and I can just do nothing. There needs to be like a little bit of fear. There needs to be like a little bit of fear of consequence. I definitely don't. I want them to think like I have their back because the way I look at it is like I tell all my new hires, I want you to be confident and comfortable. Like, you go in here and this is, you know, I have a good reputation with this store and I basically own this shit. And since you're working with me, you own this shit. So you go in there and you get your shit done and you talk to the store. And if anyone gives you anything, you call me and I will immediately resolve it. Because I need you to be in there, like, doing everything the way you're supposed to, and there's not time for you to be getting impeded by either the other plant company or the store we work for. Right? Like, that makes sense to me. I want them to know that I have their back and that I'm not going to be a dickhead to them, but I really do not want them to think I'm their friend. Pinball machine looks wrong. Sorry, this has been like a very strange tirade. I'm gonna get gaming, bro. I'm just so scared. I'm so scared of the red face that killed me that I'm like reticent to go back. During works, it's very... Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being friends with people you work with. I just have no desire. Like, I don't get anything out of it. Like, you're gonna talk... I actually feel really bad because I kind of have befriended an assistant manager at one of the stores. Where for whatever reason, like, I don't know, she just talks to me about, like, she'll, like, if she sees me, she'll yell across, like, at the store for me to talk to her now, and it's like, I enjoy talking to you for the most part, but I'm also, like, I don't know, she's confided some fucked up shit to me, and I'm just like, dude, I'm like, I don't want to get into it, but it's like, A little too comfy. Why? I don't know. It's just how people... No, this one's different. This one's different. It's because she'll, like, shit talk me, and I'll shit talk her back. Because, like, her job is, like, improving customer experience, and I'll go there and I'll be like, how's the new guy doing? And she's like, oh, he's doing much better than the weirdo who was here previously, which is me. And I'm like, you're the customer experience manager. You are not making my customer experience very positive right now. At all. I think I'm going to have to report you, the district manager. And just like shitting on each other, and then it got real at one point. And I don't know. It must be tough, dude. It must be tough actually working retail. I'm just going to say I'm so glad I don't work a customer-facing position because I work in a retail environment. But ultimately, if someone comes up to me and is like, can you help me? I can say, go fuck yourself, Lamau. And there's not anything that's realistically going to happen to me. I don't do that, of course, because I'm not a dickhead. But I'm under no obligation to, like, actually help people or involve myself with customers in any way. Sometimes, like, if someone comes up to me with a good attitude, I don't mind helping them if I can. I help more often than not, but, like, if someone's actually just got, like, a genuinely bad attitude, I just kind of, like, chuckle at them and fucking walk away. All I am is bad attitude. See, it's frustrating. It's frustrating for me because, like, I'm honestly in a bad attitude mode a lot of the time, in a bad mood. And I think I've never let it affect the way I talk to people, but I think prior to talking to people, they can see it on my face and I look kind of mean. Which is probably good. Honestly, that's probably for the best. I don't really want to change that, but I think I look a little off-putting. Sometimes with the... Cause I'm just like looking at these fucking plan tables and scowling with my arms crossed. Like, what the fuck is this shit? By Dr. Seuss. And surprisingly enough, people don't really like want to approach that. Either chuddy, a centrist, or intentionally oblivious to the world. One time I made a simple comment about the system being fucked up on both sides and got needlessly harassed by a coworker who could barely pass a GED test. I haven't gotten into... The one time I've had, like, a political discussion, they were pretty liberal. Which surprised me, honestly. Because I know for a fact the majority of, like, the management is not going to have liberal positions, even remotely. So it was astonishing a little bit. But it was mostly about, like, how we need to support Ukraine and stuff like that. I think almost universally, regardless of your political leaning, something that resonates with almost everyone, if you want to shut that shit down and just say, like, it's the rich people just driving a wedge between us. They have a extreme monetary interest in the American people hating each other, and that's what 90% of this bullshit is. And I do think that's true, but, like, that, most people on either side of the aisle resonate with fuck the government. Because even though, like, Republicans control everything right now, people still are like, yeah, the government's fucking dog shit. It's like, my guys in the government, they're working on fixing that up right now, but the government sucks, you know? And honestly, the Dems do that too, to a degree, where it's like, yeah, you know? Our people are in, but yeah, fucking could be better. These guys are bums. So, it's a universal, I guess. Prodigy? No, dude, I saw... Did you see me play fucking pinball in that one game? The Banjo-Kazooie Sunday game? That was the hardest part of the game, bar none. I was stuck on there for like 30 minutes. I like Space Cadet, but I wasn't very good at it at all. Okay, let's try to, like, continue playing the game. So I wanted to point this out last time. Let me find it. So there's text that pops up in the left, and I think that this is confirmation that all of the random little text is like victims of this program. That was kind of obvious before, but this is like an increased amount of evidence for that. I'm gonna have to fucking find that path again, and that's gonna be a little difficult. Do not interact with that. Now what's over here? Oh. He seems like he's having a good day. Ugly children. Well, some of them ended up being adults. Like when you go through the little victim list, it's some of them are in their 30s because they've been there for fucking ever, I guess. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain. So this kind of like I haven't really talked about this. This is kind of implying that the AT program can, like, digitize people's souls into a game. That's fucked up. So there's these fucked up, like, tormented souls in here. AT Connect network wasn't always like it is today. The AT program made it a vile thing. Okay, so I should have been talking to these guys. I guess if I don't talk to the last one, it'll be chill. Is it really a place? A place? Is it really a place? I wonder if you could put that in the password. There's a 3-digit password prompt. If you blast them for long enough, they become anomalies. Thank you, Cash Spooky Online, for the 21 months. I appreciate it. The same way you would broadcast on a channel, you can broadcast thoughts. Am I an anomaly? Very much for giving me the lore, bro. Okay, so the boy is an anomaly that was blasted enough by AT waves. That kind of confirms it, but the fact that there's so many that are dead implies that it's not a foolproof experience unless they specifically wanted to kill those ones. But this is kind of something we were already hypothesizing, that like with enough AT wave exposure, the reason the boy is the way that he is because of that. It turned him into like some sort of freak. You release him from No, I don't. I still think the dwellers are different things. I think they're two distinct phenomena. Like, the boy is a very corporeal entity, and the dweller is something that can just be injected at the behest of the people in control of the broadcast network into whoever's being affected by the waves. All right. That's why he's slow. Yes. Yeah, he becomes dependent on him to keep up the anomalous state. So, like, when he had the AT signals reduced, remember the end bit is talking about him, like, fucking barely able to move and, like, crawling around on the floor? That's probably what's happening when he moves slowly. Because that's definitely not what's happening when the AT waves are 9 and he comes sprinting at you. Like, dun 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 dun, and fucks you in the mouth. So... pretty quickly. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Going horse mode is fucking awesome for the stairs. No, I don't need the question mark, because I unlocked the doors. Okay, now though, if the train... He probably isn't. He probably died, like, shortly after going up the stairs. Leave the boy in the room, or do you have to let him out? You need the boy to be out of the room because it's where you get the TV remote that lets you go into that one place. It doesn't seem like I can go in here anymore. This is like the last major event before burning the bitch down. So it seems unlikely that... I mean, even then, I guess it does say the tunnel stretched on for miles. So I think that may be it. I am curious what happens if we try to, like, beat this without all of these items. Where can we find the tunnel? The tunnel's in the boy room, 100%. It's objective fact because of the map. And that big censored box explains as much. But there's some weird shit going on with the tunnel. Like, the thing kind of supposes that it's there and not there simultaneously when you go through the dialogue. Interesting. It seems as if we can't go in. Is the hair the trigger for this? I imagine so. No, actually. Okay. What did I fucking miss? The emitter? It must be the emitter. Wrong tree. No, this is the right tree. The little thing shows up, but... And now it's too hot to enter, right? Okay, so you can fuck yourself. Start fire. No, the fire is definitely already going. Hello, Pomfy. Okay, what this says to me is that I think we've probably seen all of it. Someone said earlier a person allegedly solved the anagram. What did that say? The emitter emits AT signals. Causes you to start playing hide and seek with the boy, frying your brain after getting the fryer from the garden tools, after taking the medicine. So the quickest way to beat the game, well, now I don't know. I guess what you would do is get the garage, the first 4 items, go in there, turn right, get the hook and the rusty key, go upstairs, get the coat hanger, go back down, go all the way through the corridor to get the TV remote, go all the way back. If you really wanted to speed run, what you could do is turn the AT weight. Okay, like let's check this out. You know what? What is the time for the speed run? Like 10 minutes? Maybe we should get the world record, bro. Think I can beat this shit in 10 minutes? Let's find out. Making a lot of mistakes, bud. Actual runs fast as fuck. Click faster. I don't think I'm making very good time, bros. The speed, bro, I'm trolling right now. I'm griefing myself hard. Oh, this part's RNG, whether or not you get the dweller. 40-second time loss. Good RNG, yeah. No, you can splitting. Okay, we're about 2 minutes, 3 minutes in so far. Pretty good pace, bro. okay. Yeah. Fuck off. Already top 10 in the whole world? Yeah, buddy. Okay, we're about 4 minutes in. 4 minutes in. 5 minutes? I don't know. I started at 10:47, I think. We're chilling. Easy, bro. There's no way this can go tits up. When the jump scares are one after another, it feels so video gamey. Dude, what a rush. Yeah, my dick is hard, bro. My dick is so lit right now. Fucking call that shit a Roman candle. It's gonna start like everywhere. Oh. So we got about 5 minutes. Roughly. I think they said it was like 10 minutes and 30 seconds or something. We're already at the end, so it shouldn't be too bad. Unless it was an all items run. Get off my screen. You fucking wiener. Damn, I can't get in here. I think you need to do the house. It's not letting me in, Charles. Does a boy compel you to burn? Is the true ending after all? Maybe, unless I'm misunderstanding something. It doesn't seem like it wants me to go in that brush. It does feel like you need all the items. That'd make sense. Alright, that's a little harder if you need the second house, because you gotta click those buttons. I think it's still, like, I have 3 minutes left, so it basically boils down to whether or not I can do the house in 3 minutes. I don't care that much. Did we figure out the anagram? A dystopian burning building in the course of blazed Ares? I mean... that's a possibility. It's hard to fucking say. That's more likely than what I thought, because I thought it was going to be instructions, and it did not end up being instructions to anything as far as I'm aware. So, they stole that from Reddit? Well, they didn't say they came up with that themselves. They said someone posted about it. Combines all of the lines, and I don't care for that solution. I mean, what we care about doesn't matter that much. Oh shit, Metal Breach got a screen cap. We gotta send it off with this. Well, wow, we did it, dude. We did it. We beat Rome 100120. I don't even know what fucking game I'm playing, brah. Brrr. Crazy shit. That was a really fucking good game. Absolutely phenomenal. Just call it the boy game, the French game. I think the French game is good. Okay, so Metal Breach took a picture of this guy. When you're hallucinating in here, sometimes he pops up. That's the same one that's in the 1% chance of like outside going in there. Are any of the VODs up? I think they all should be. All right, well, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. That, you know, normally I like to kind of piss on YouTubers. I like making fun of YouTubers, but I gotta give respect where respect is due. The YouTuber who made this, wow. Wow, bro, like, holy shit, you understand what you're fucking doing. God damn. God damn, that's, I feel like a lot of the time when you have, like, YouTuber content creators make a game, it's kind of like, but holy fuck, you understood the assignment. I have a screen cap, too. Okay, let me see. What about Lock Suitcase? I have no fucking idea, bro. It could just be bullshit. Like, there's plenty of things like the drive you can't take, the body in the bag, the things in the attic that say please. There's a lot of unanswered questions. The TV, I don't know if there is a TV, Jenna. Like, I mean, there is a TV, but I don't know if there's like a... We just have to accept that likely, you know, there's not going to be a... Oh my god. The bathroom? Yeah, there's an entire bathroom that's not used for anything, apparently. Okay, well, we got this now, so that's awesome. That about sums it up, huh? That about sums it up. Arm from his fucking neck? The AT wave cancer's fucked up, dude. I can't believe we missed this. Wow. It is... It does feel like there's more. But I think that's the point of something like this. It's fucked up that something this important is hidden in like 3 frames of the beginning of that sequence. And that this guy is standing next to something that exists. Now, granted, he is not normally pointing like that. But I think the point of that is to, when you see the sign, it's clear that it's not a particularly tall fence. So I think the sign, this entire sequence is to really impress on you that whatever this is a child. Because for the sign to be up there in relation to its head, it has to be very short. I don't know much more than that. Honestly, I feel like I know less. Yeah, he could be a midget, that's true. You know, this ARG is actually what happened to that guy who played Mini-Me in Austin Powers. This is where he's at now. It's like a garage door. It's definitely the fence, bro. Like, the sign matches and everything. I get what you mean, but, like, that is, like, picture perfect identical to the fence outside. For a larger... It is definitely a larger project. I think that, like, the game is clearly made to mostly be... You can enjoy it without knowing much about the ARG at large, but it is part of that. So... It's the exact same spot where you find the final cassette. And doesn't that fuck with you? Like... Man, oh man. I gotta say, like, part of my ego is a little sad that I didn't find that little angle that Splittin found, but at the same time, I feel like bumbling into that secret segment of the video game with the lore drops made up for it. Gone by it without the sign hint. I don't think you have any, like, agency whatsoever once you're in that part of the game. It's just moving forward. The light on the road lore too. Man, I thought I was cooking, but like maybe what I was cooking was decent, but it's like you know, you go to Olive Garden, it's like, here, bro, here's your chicken chow mein, dude. Like, I mean, it might be some good chicken chow mein, but we're at the Olive Garden, bitch. What the fuck are you doing? Crazy. All right, well, I am off. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do with the rest of my night, but thanks for watching. See you in hell, guys.